Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. We're getting started here very, very shortly. Today is a big day. A lot of things to go over. But we will be taking a very, very quick ad break here in a few minutes just to get the initial 5-minute auto ad done, and then we will get started. Until then, just sit back and relax, and we'll get the party started here soon.
We're talking about Labor Day, and like, oh, I'm sorry, I said because I did the chores, and we're gonna wash the dishes, like, I got one to do, and just, I already did all of them.
We committed the cardinal sin of doing labor on Labor Day.
Yeah, and you know that's a sin, I thought Labor Day is just a holiday.
We've dishonored our ancestors.
Well, not like that anyways. Next time ads available, go ahead and put away your clothes.
All right, welcome back from the ad, everyone. Welcome back, welcome back. Glad to be here on a wonderful, beautiful Labor Day afternoon. How is everyone? Hope you all are doing amazing and fine and having a good time with whatever your Labor Day plans were. For me, this is a big day. So, lot to go over before we get started. So, as many of you may know, when we first started this character, this was going to be kind of a challenge run uh, called patch locking. And what that would entail is essentially not doing anything that wasn't in the current patch you were in, for a short version. Well, after having done this for a couple of months, um, it became clear to me that a patch locked isn't necessarily a good format for a good thing for a streaming format. Now there are parts of it that can be good, like um, for example, doing certain achievement grinds. Like if we wanted to just like chill out and I do some fishing, or we uh, farm out some fates for a fate achievement. Stuff like that. Things can be really grindy, but we could just sit out and chat and just shoot the shit while I do stuff in the background. That is good. That technically good streaming content. Some people who do this are uh, people like Cider Spider. They do a lot of their achievement grinds on stream, and that's a good thing. However, patch locking has caused one of two things. Number one, it simultaneously is making me slower at getting new content, while also making me feel rushed. So, I, in one thing, on the slower part, I have to do research. I have to make sure that I am not unlocking things that I shouldn't be. And that means a lot of time going on the wiki, updating my updating the document to make sure that I know what I'm doing when, and that has caused me to take longer pauses on streams than I should, because one of the things that we all know in this game of streaming is consistency matters, and being able to stream consistently is essential toward growing a channel. And this has not been conducive to that. So that's the slow part. On the rushed part, the rushing means that I have to make sure that I get like stuff done quickly, and that means that I have to bypass some like achievements and things like that for the sake of making sure that the content is fresh and moving along at a reasonable clip. So these two things are incompatible with one another, as you can probably tell. So, with that said, we still will be doing a patch locked series, but I am going to create a new character for that, based on our current character. So nothing will change there. We'll have to figure out a name that still has Zelda in it, but that's for me to figure out. But we will be moving that to YouTube. Now, there will be moments in that YouTube series where I will come in on this stream, and be doing things that are achievement grinds. You know, some of the aforementioned things like fishing for you know, getting fishing achievements, um, or fake grinding or whatnot. But that will be as a case by case basis when I need to. Otherwise, the stream will be a quote unquote normal playthrough, which means that I'm not going to be restricting myself to what I can do aside from what the game already restricts me. So, if I can do something, if I can pick up a quest, say a job quest, um, at my current MSQ progress, assuming that I have all other um, prerequisites done, I can pick up that quest, regardless of which patch it was in. That's generally what most people would do, right? So if, say, I was in a place and I wanted to pick up, let's say, Dancer. As long as I can do the quest, I'm allowed to do it. That's the way most people would play. I still will be trying to do things in the order that the game gives it to me, but I won't be concerned with what patch it was in. You know, am I allowed to unlock the gold saucer, for example? Well, under a patch lock, at this point, that would be a no, because I'm not in 2.5. However, because I am not restricting myself, that is now available to me. Some of the other reasons why I'm doing this is I, as my character Zelda Hime is a free company leader, and as a result of being a free company leader, that required me to make compromises that I wouldn't have made otherwise, such as unlocking housing early, rushing rushing certain things so that I could, you know, buy a house. So those things will not be a problem for an alternate version of Hime, because she will not be having to do those things. Now, I will be granting her certain authority in case I need to take care of free company business while I'm recording on that patch locked run, but she will not have to like do stuff like unlocking housing and stuff like that before it came out in linear time. I hope that all makes sense. But what is on the agenda for today? Well, we, my friends, are in Limsa Lominsa. And why are we in Limsa Lominsa? Well, it is the Rising. The Rising is a yearly event that it marks the anniversary of the release of 2.0 and the Rising of the Ashes, a realm reborn, if you might say. And we're going to take care of that right now. We also will be doing any kind of cleanup activities for quests that we can still get. And then if we still have time, we will be progressing MSQ. But without further ado, let's see what the Wandering Minstrel has for us. An adventurous ambition. So we'll get some experience, and we will get some money. The Wandering Minstrel is in search of inspiration. This quest is available for a limited time only. Well now, if it isn't my adventurer friend Zelda, it could only be a blessing for the navigator that we would meet again here and now. You see, I've been struggling to find inspiration for a new song to perform this rising. I've a mind to speak with the locals for their tales, for which I could use your able assistance. Might you be willing to accompany me? Indeed. I am truly grateful. During the rising, we remember those we lost in the calamity, even as we turn our attention to a brighter future. 'Tis my hope to hear a tale that inspires one and all to look forward. Now then, there's no better place for talk than in Limsa Limensa than the Drowning Wench. Let us first seek out the barkeep, Baderon, and see if he has aught of interest to share. Well, let's go talk to Baderon, shall we? I think the game will teleport us there. Indeed it shall. Oh, come on. What? Oh, come on. What's the harm? Huh? Who's this little girl? Who's this little cat girl? What's the harm? You'll get yourself killed, that's the harm. I ain't letting one so young sign up. Sign up for what? Why do you want to become an adventurer so badly anyway, Richa? Oh, little Roger here wants to be an adventurer. There's this place I need to go. The problem is the Yellow Jackets won't let a child leave the city alone. Yeah, as they should. But if I was an adventurer, I'd be responsible for myself. I could go wherever I please, whenever I please. So please let me sign up. Well, your logic's still a little flawed. Even if you were an adventurer, you're still a child. It ain't that simple, ass. I've got a responsibility to those that I sign up. If I let someone that's clearly unprepared head out there and they end up hurt or worse, I wouldn't be able to live it down. And don't even get me started on the damage it caused the guild's reputation. So you can forget about signing up until you're older. Much older. Based Bateron. But it has to be now, during the rising. Why do you have to be so responsible? Yeah. Yeah, that's a child for you. It comes with age, lass. Now run along and get yourself home. Uh-oh, she's up to something. That look on her face, she is up to something. Is everything well? Ah, sorry you had to see that. The little cub's bent on becoming an adventurer, but I said no and sent her on her way. Still, I can't help but worry. She doesn't strike me as the sort to give up so easily. True that. Wouldn't surprise me a whit if she tried to sneak out anyway. I hate to impose, but do you reckon you could keep an eye on Richard? I'd do it myself, but I can't up and leave the tavern. Sure, Baderon. We'll do that for you, buddy. The timing of the rising seemed to be of the essence to that little one. Intriguing, would you not agree? Let's ask her about that. Alright, let's go talk to the little Russia. Let's talk to the little cat girl. I mean her dick. Now, the nearest city exit's the Tempest Gate over by the Aft Castle. I suggest you begin by talking to Kintrail, the sentry yonder. Now let's go talk to this yellow jacket. Yellow jacket. Yellow jacket. It's the theme. It's the theme. Make sure our game sounds are up a little bit. It sounds a little too low. There we go. A little bit more. Yellow Jackets keep constant watch at every city gate. If Brutch has come through, they will surely have seen her. The lowlands of Lenosha await you on the other side of the Tempest Gate. I'm looking for a little girl. At Baderon's behest, you say? As it happens, a girl of that description did come through just a moment ago. She was at the heels of a Makote peddler, so at a glance one might think them parent and child. The way she kept stealing glances behind her made me suspicious. So I alerted my comrade Io outside, and I expect she stopped the little one for questioning. If you worry, you should seek her out. Thanks for the information. We shall find your comrade at once. Well, let's go find the troublemaker. Let's go find the little troublemaker. Oh, look. Yep. Rotch has been stopped. Tis well the Yellow Jackets noticed her ere she gotten far. Damn it! They saw straight through my disguise. Yeah, because they're adults and you're a child. Although you are taller than that Lalafell. And who might the two of you be? I'm Zelda. So Baderon sent you after the little one. I was just about to ask where she's up to. Ratcha was dearie. Even without others telling you, you ought to know it's dangerous out here. What's it that you want so badly you risk your life like this? These adults are being surprisingly chill for a girl that has just tried to sneak out of the city on her own. There's something I need to see. Doesn't matter if it's dangerous, I have to go. We understand that you have your reasons, Ratcha. Even so, we cannot in good conscience allow you to wander the wilds alone. True. So, here I would make a proposal. Rather than becoming an adventurer, why not employ the services of one? That's not a bad idea. With a dependable adventurer on your side, you would be able to reach your destination safely. This, I believe, is your best option. Shocked face. But I don't have any money. What adventurer would want to help a child anyway? Why, a friend here, of course. Yeah, thanks for the voluntelling there, minstrel. So, we can say, as you can count on me, as long as I get paid. You're happy with this humble vagrant? Well, while the bottom one is funny, I don't think it fits in our personality. Well, I do want to make sure I get paid. We are a princess in back home, even though we are in exile for now. So I don't really 100% care about the money as much. We're not in this for money. We're in this to take back our home. So I suppose we can take the first option. You can count on me. I shall be glad to provide suitable recompense in rich stead. Well, and part of me hopes that this will lead to inspiration for a song. Above all, I feel compelled to lend a helping hand. You have a soft heart there, minstrel. You'll really help me. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad it worked out for you, but as a client, there's something you need to bear in mind. That is, you've got to give the adventurer your trust. Be honest and with what exactly it is you need, and she'll be able to help you all the better. The place I want to go is the lighthouse here in Lower Lenosha. It's named for one of the 12. I heard a rumor from a kid in town, you see. She told me that ghosts appeared there during the Rising. There are supposedly lighthouse keepers who died in the calamity, and they spirit children away to the realm of the dead. Well, that's got to be nonsense, and I want to prove it. Oh, the 2 lighthouses in the area. Oshon's Torch is the only one that civilians can still get to. I don't recall hearing nothing about ghosts, though. I can't help but be curious, so I'll come along. Having a yellow jacket with you ought to make things easier, I reckon. That's outside of a skirmish, anyway. Being a cannoneer, I'm more blasting things from a distance. We run into angry fiends on the road, they're all yours. There. If young Roch is heading to Oshon's Torch, then someone should report as much debate on. As I said, I'd never heard about ghosts appearing at the lighthouse. Wonder why Roch is so interested in them. So, what's your name, adventurer? Zelda. Zelda Hime. I'll remember that. Thank you so much for helping me. We'll go to Oshon's Torch, and we'll see if the rumor about the ghost is true. Alright. Next quest. So, a light that ever burns. And experience, and kill, and a wind-up Galul Jaja, so we'll get a minion. Racha is chomping at the bit to set forth. Are you ready to go, Zelda? Yep. As much as I would like to accompany you, someone should return the Drowning Witch to apprise Betaron of these developments. Besides, to hear your accounts afterwards, what you learned and felt will also bring unique inspiration. I wish you an enjoyable and insightful excursion. And thanks, Minstrel. I know that a song is in it for you. Right, to begin with, how about we head east to the Banman Bridge? I'd give Racha a chance to see the sights. The path can be steep in places, so take care you don't take a tumble now. I'll be fine, don't worry. Let the adventure begin. Fly! is the Madman. Here it is, Madman Bridge. If you aim north, you'll get to the Red Rooster's Den, but our destination takes us south. A vital route for trade is the bridge, but it prowls with bandits and fiends beyond. That's why it's given its name, as a warning to younglings. Look, a river, and there's some sort of strange animal. We sometimes see children out this way with their folks, but I take it you've never been. Actually, I have. It was a long time ago, though, before my parents died in the calamity. Oh, she's an orphan? Oh, man. It's alright. I like it at the orphanage. Everyone's really nice, and I have lots of fun. That'd be Lim Lane Shoals, I take it. It's an orphanage run by a former sanguine siren. In case you wasn't aware, a fine place by all accounts. If that's where Roch is from, I'll have one of me comrades contact the caretakers. Wouldn't do to let them think she's missing. Yeah, that's something you should definitely do, I hear you. Right then. Well, next we'll make for our son's embrace. This aerial. Take it slow. So you don't wear yourself down. Alright. Through the south we go. So, as far as the Pouchlock YouTube stream, I'm currently working on getting everything together for that, finding out, because I want to have everything ready to go and at my fingertips before I start recording. But I'm already kind of in that process, been gathering information on the wiki and things like that, so hopefully, we can get that started sooner rather than later. This dude. Oh there, lass. You came to visit one of them island sanctuaries, I take it. Bugger me, you ain't aware of the fuss going about this old fair. If you head southeast from here, the Isle of Vilbren, that is, you reach the Cyclades. Venturers much like yourself have been granted the right to cultivate a number of deserted islands there. But don't get your hopes up, though. Ain't as if any can all go out and get themselves a permit for one of them sanctuaries. As far as I can tell, old projects still considering infancy, and the Admiral's bloody fussy about candidates. Tell you what, since I like you, I'll take you to any mate of yours isles, safe and sound. You only need to say a word. Okay, so this allowed us to go to any of our friends' island sanctuaries. We cannot do island sanctuary yet because we have not gotten the requisite prerequisites to do so. But we can at least go visit someone's island if we want to. So this is what this unlocks. You may now visit the island sanctuary of a party member, free company member, or friend who is unlocked the feature by speaking with Balden and the Morby Drydogs. You'll be unable to visit an island sanctuary if the owner has forbidden access to their island. There is no one on the isle in question, or if the isle in question has already reached its maximum capacity. Furthermore, you must be on an acquaintance homeworld if you wish to visit their island sanctuary. To unlock your personal island sanctuary, you must complete the main scenario quest Endwalker and proceed through the quest seeking sanctuary. So, there we go. We can now go visit other people's island sanctuaries if they have them, but we cannot make our own until we complete Endwalker. Anyway, moving on with the Rising. Need to be on the bridge. Me fellow yellow jackets patrol these parts. Lest you worry, they know I ain't on some pleasure trip. No. Roger. Whoa, we're so high up. This is amazing. I felt the same way when I looked out from here the first time. This bridge was built where a tidal wave sundered the land during the calamity. It's a symbol of our people's determination to rise above tragedy. Miss Dorothea, that's the headmistress, said that we Lominsons work hard because we hate to lose and like what we do. Ain't that the truth? What about you, Zelda? Do you like being an adventurer? Oh, why, yeah. So, let's see. Our options are, I wouldn't want to be anything else. It depends on the work. I'd rather not work at all, to be honest. Well, we aren't lazy. Depends on the work. I mean, some work is better than others, for sure. But, yeah, we like being an adventurer. Hey, that's what I thought. When I grow up, I hope I like what I do as well. My parents liked what they did, I think. When the calamity struck, they didn't run away. They were noble souls, Miss Dorothea said. She promised to tell me everything one day, but I don't know how to feel when they're gone, and can't find the words. Want to be a good client, though, so I'll think on it. Seems Rocha's got something she needs to get off her chest. Wanting to verify the rumor, mayhap she... but there's no use speculating. Come, let us press on. We need to get more Gisal greens. You're getting low. I see the lighthouse. Yeah, we do see the lighthouse. It's right over there. That there's Oshal's torch, one of the two lighthouses that are named for gods. The lighthouse keeper's bloke named Rutsne. You can ask him about ghosts and anything else you like. Lighthouse keeper. So, about the reason why I want to know about the ghosts. My father and mother were lighthouse keepers, you see, and they disappeared during the calamity and were never found. When I heard the rumor, I thought maybe, just maybe, they were the ones haunting the lighthouse. So that's why you want to prove the rumor wrong. You couldn't stand people thinking your parents were doing terrible things. Aye, but part of me wishes the rumor was true. Then I'd be able to talk to my parents again. There's so many things I'd like to ask them. Well, whatever the truth is, we'll find out soon enough. Let's keep going. Poor kid. Poor kid. There's our destination. There's a destination up there. I can understand the desire to see those who are gone, to say words to them you couldn't in life. It's a feeling everyone knows at some point. True. Whoa, the sea's frozen in a splash. Amazing. Yep, right over there. This area was all by the calamity. On top of the tidal wave washing away big swaths of land, a piece of dolomite came crashing down yonder. This had caused Aether to gush out of the land and crystallize all at once. At that time, I was with Miss Dorothea, and she was my mother's friend, and she took me to a safe place. I was very little then. I didn't fully understand what was happening, but the calamity really was a frightful thing. Can't imagine how it was for father and mother. Alright, we'll be having an ad here in but a moment, so I'm going to take this opportunity to go put away some laundry while the ad runs. So I will BRB.
The news is that even though I waited 2 weeks to go get mail, there wasn't anything significant. Everything went to trash. At this point, I can get away with just going to get mail maybe every 2 weeks instead of every week. Maybe.
The one thing left on the bed is yours.
Huh? What?
The one thing left on the bed is yours.
That's yours.
No.
I put away everything, please.
I put away my pants that looked like that.
Just come down and I asked him to get me black soda and then maybe we can do something here. Yes, it would.
Alright. That's done. Laundry, as much as it was, is put away. Let's get on with more of the game. Rotsnay's been here since the calamity. Slowly working, and he's always glad to have guests. Even if there aren't any ghosts, let's talk to the lowly keeper. Well now, if it ain't guests, what brings you to the torch? You see, the little one here, wants to see if there are any ghosts. Ghosts during the rising. For all my years as a keeper, I've not seen or heard about such things at any lighthouse I know. Certainly the sort of places children might believe haunted, though. Might be as someone mistook me or some laundry for a specter. So father and mother weren't ghosts at all? After all? But I must say, it's surprised to see Toad's little girl here. Your parents showed me the ropes when I was starting out as a keeper. Lord Shock. In charge of Lim Lane's ring yonder. Nowadays it's on a little rise, but there used to be a stretch of land connecting it. A dangerous stretch it was, rife with nasty beasts. Needed iron adventurers and grizzled ones at that, just to deliver the supplies. If you knew my parents, please tell me about them. They left me in Limsa Mensa during the calamity and died in the tidal wave. Why did they go out there even though it was so dangerous? What was going through their minds? I want to know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Settle down there, little lady. I was stationed elsewhere at the time, so I only read this in a report. But your folks did everything they could to protect Lim Lane's ring. Lim Lane's ring, this place is called. They built a breakwater using anything and everything they had on hand, but in the end there was no stopping such a monstrous wave. Countless souls went missing when it struck, and the Maelstrom mounted search and rescue operations. I joined in the effort, but I'm afraid they were never found. Oh man, her parents got washed out to sea or something. Know though that your folks didn't die in vain. The man in the lighthouse to the very end, that they got many vessels safely to shore and saved many lives. Let's see. They really were noble souls, like Miss Dorothea said. But if I could choose, I wish they still were here. Yeah, I know, little one. This is just a thought, but how would you like to stay the night and hear more about your folks? It'd only be the mundane, everyday things, but what I know, I'd be glad to share with you. I'd like that. I'd like that very much. It's morning. Stretch. Good morning, Zelda. The little one's already up? Jeez. He's an early riser. I got up early to look at the lighthouse where my father and mother used to be. I'm on a little island out there now. You can still technically get to it, I guess. For the longest time, I felt like they'd abandoned me. Wanted to see them one more time so I could ask them why they had to go, and to tell them that I missed them. I understand how you feel. In the end, there weren't any ghosts, so I'm glad I could learn about my parents. It made me realize that I want to become someone who helps others, like them and you, and like you. Oh, and sunrise. Oh. Poor Racha. Well, at least she's getting some closure. So thank you for bringing me here. You're welcome, little one. And we're back in Limsa, just like that. Well, it ended up being a longer jaunt than expected, but I'm glad we did it. Thank you so much for coming with me, both of you. You're very welcome, dearie. You can always come to me if you need anything. Just no more trying to sneak out, you hear? Well, I better get back to the orphanage. Hopefully Miss Dorothea won't be too mad at me. She's a former pirate. she'll either commend you for your for your gusto, or she'll keel haul you. Ain't no in between. You'll be wanting to report to the minstrel, I expect. In which case, a comrade of mine tells me it's in the anchor yard. I'll see it to it Racha gets home safely. Be sure to catch the special fireworks afterwards, eh? Be seeing you, Zelda. To the anchor yard. Actually, we want to go this way. Then we go straight through. Up here, over here. Oh, the fireworks. Yes. Yes, let's go. The rising is so cool. Ah, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back, my friend. Was young Racha able to find that which she sought? Sort of. So her true purpose was to see if the ghosts were her parents who were taken by the calamity. A tale is born when someone acts in the name of another. As there are so many tales out there, and it's impossible for us to know every single one. Yet a tale may occasionally find its way to those who need it most, such as that of the lighthouse keepers, whose courage and sacrifices come to guide their child years after their passing. Thank you, Zelda, not only for granting Racha's wish, but providing me with inspiration as well. While we wait for the special fireworks to begin, might you tell me more of your excursion? Ooh, that's a lot of people. But yep, it is the rising, and it is Limsa, and there are fireworks, so people like fireworks. Yes, it comes to me. A verse for all who strive onwards, this day and every day. Echo! Nama's blessing! Uh-oh. Where are we, chat? puppy. Greetings, warrior of light. Who is this Chad? And he's got like a bunch of Chad minions too. This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream? A flight of fancy conjured by a weary mind? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Naoki Yoshida! Yoshi P! Let's go! It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Naoki Yoshida, and I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. For long years we've walked together with you on this grand adventure. It is a never-ending journey, one that shall continue tomorrow as surely as it does today. The most natural of things. Along the way, I've endeavored to keep my gaze firmly fixed upon the future. Of late, however, I've been keenly reminded that we must occasionally look back upon the path we walked, that we might remember the lessons learned. In the course of our adventures, it seems that I too have grown. To learn from successes and failures both, and forge ahead with humility and sincerity. This is what I had resolved to do at Journey's beginning, and I resolved to do so anew. Nothing would please us more than to continue having you at your side on the road ahead. And I pray that upon this journey of life that we have the honor to share, the light of the crystal shall ever shine. Now the time has come for this vision to end, time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. This world shall yet endure, and as we continue to make our way, I pray that we shall have occasion to meet again. Till that day, I wish you the happiest of journeys. Fare you well. Aww. How sweet. Back from the ethereal sea. That's a strange dream. Most happenings in our lives have no bearing on the fate of the world. More often than not, they go unobserved and unremarked. But you, my friend, gather up such forgotten tales and see them delivered. In so doing, you bring joy, and as a token of my gratitude, I dedicate to you this song, a song of journeys fulfilling. Aw, look at the fireworks! In gleaming gold the sun doth rise, the boundless sky it calls, in silver pale the path of men, a white and endless pall. So far away the guiding lights that you do now espy, the flames of life their warmth impart to comfort and inspire. Take heart, my friend, for here we stand, and so we shall remain. Your destination reach you shall, by memory's refrain. I have no doubt that you, Fletcher and Io-Yo, will give rise to great many more tales. Your tales in particular may be more varied than those of others. There may be times when you face great hardships, and the weight is more than you can bear. Oh, foreshadowing! In such a time, I bid you remember this. No matter how great your burdens, the tales that you have gathered shall ever be your strength, a beacon to light your way in the darkness. Dalamud. Meteor. And let's get our rewards. You've unlocked the toy chest. So we can play minigames. Yay! And we get the special achievement, Delightful Dozen. Aw, that's pretty. And we'll take a quick screenshot. There we go. So pretty. Well, that was this week's Rising. Or this year's Rising, I should say. Looks like we sold something. That's cute. That's cute. We like to deal around here. We like for people to show us the monies. So, because we are no longer restricted, we can do whatever we want now. Now, I don't think I want to worry about leveling up any jobs we may have access to quite yet. That'll take more time than I want to devote, and I do want to get things kind of moving. Well, let's see if there's anything quick like we can do here in Limsa. Let's see, anything quick we can do. We got an ad break coming up here in a few seconds, so while that happens, I will we'll take a look at what we got. And pick the right plaza. So this unlocks Blue Mage. That unlocks Dancer. That unlocks Sage. We can go take care of that one real quick. All the fish in the sea. We'll have to catch that fish. But because we're not patch locking ourselves, we can come back to that when we got the gathering for it. And we are back. So, Dubgrime here. When we are a summoner, I think we can do this as a scholar too. We can do an Eggy by any other name. This unlocks Eggy Glimmer! Yay! So we can make our Carby here look like Emerald or Topaz. Well, if it isn't Zelda, precisely the woman I wish to see. You'll recall Yamitra of the Sons of St. Clynach. Well, she has recently finished compiling her research into summoning, and was kind enough to send a copy of it to our guild. I was pleased to note that you are listed as a collaborator. I must say it is quite a fascinating read, especially the section covering those essences of the primals called Eggy. You're able to manifest the beings, yes? Wonderful. In which case, I would like your assistance with an experiment. If you are willing, pray, join me in the practice area. I shall reveal the details there. At the bottom? Might be at the bottom. My apologies for the wait. To begin with, might I ask you to call forth an Eggy? I would very much like to see one with my own eyes. Mayhap the Ifrit Eggy would be suitable. I understand that it was the first such being to be summoned. You got it. Isn't he just gorgeous? Yes, a most impressive being indeed. Created according to Yamitra in the image of the entity which one most closely associates with fire, Ifrit. It is my hypothesis that the same fundamental principle could be employed to alter the form of an Eggy, but call into mind another image. Pray, summon the Ifrit Eggy again, but this time focus your consciousness upon Carbuncle. It shouldn't be difficult given the bond you share. Okay. It's an orange Carby! Brilliant, my theory holds. Whilst it takes the form of Carbuncle, there's no mistaking its ethereal composition. I should not imagine that the abilities it wields have changed. For all intents and purposes, it's still an Ifrit Eggy. But now we know that there's no limit to an Eggy's appearance. Well, I must be returning to my post. Let's continue this upstairs. Wearing that level 15 gear there, Dubgrime. I see you. They see me rolling, they hate saying, patrolling, trying to catch me riding dirty. My egg is so loud, he's swinging. Zelda, you have my thanks for indulging. This experiment has unearthed a new world of discovery for arcane entities, and I hope you'll find use for the discovery. Yeah, give me the gill. And let me glam. Let me glam my eggies. Eggies outward appearance maybe I'll be altered by using pet glamour. For example, you want your Garudy egg to appear as if it were Ruby. Carbuncle. Use the text command pet glamour, Garuda eggy, Ruby Carbuncle. For details, enter /?. pet garden. Let's see. Okay, we need to be scholar for that. Look how cute we look. Not with that hat, of course, though. Kind of looks silly with the hat. Subgrim requires your help to put our theories to the proof. Zelda, how fortuitous. Are you spare a moment? I recently received word that you've been researching the Scholars of Nim at the behest of a Marauders Guild member, is that right? Indeed. This is essentially Eggy Glamours, but for fairies. I see, and as a result, you can now call upon a fairy to aid you. Fascinating. Might have trouble you to meet me downstairs in the practice area. It's something I very much wish for you to try. Okay. Back downstairs we go. Whee! Whee! My apologies for the wait, and for that as for what I wish you to attempt, it is a technique similar to what you've already employed with your egg. Now, would you like be so kind as to call forth your fairy? Okay. We look so scholarly. Hello, fairy, fairy, fairy. How charming. The tales do little to capture its beauty. This fairy is no doubt manifested in the image of that which you are most closely associated with fairies. And my research suggests this form is not immutable. Indeed, though a fundamental form may have been incorporated into the original incantation, with sufficient concentration, I believe it is possible to supplant this form with an image of another entity. Try conjuring the fairy once more, this time with a carbuncle in your mind's eye. It's a fairy carby! Yep, it's essentially the same thing, just for scholars. Remarkable. And with only a single attempt? Yeah, with a Warrior of Light. That's how we roll. To which say my theory holds, meaning this transformation shouldn't be merely superficial, and is done not to affect its capacity for healing. Very good. And we'll never use it again because fairies are better when we're healing. With that, we may conclude this little experiment. If you could follow me upstairs. We want carbies for summoners and fairies for scholars. It's just the way it works. It's the way it is meant to be. Thank you again for your help, Zelda. That proved to be quite the spectacle. I should hope you make use of what we've learned here today. I dare say your fairy's appearance may be without limit. Yes, without a limit indeed. Pet Glamour, Eos, Ruby Carbuncle, yep. Alright, so that is that. let us return to being a paladin and see what else we can do. So we got that done. Let's see what other fun things we can unlock now that we're not restricted. Still need to catch the fish, which I don't believe we can get on the market board. Let's see. Let's see if we can buy this fish off the market board. If we can. Yeah, we need a navigator's brand. If we can complete this. Navigator. Nope. Nope, we cannot. We have to go catch it ourselves. That's fine. I'll do that off camera. Later. Much later. Okay. So that unlocks Blue Mage. Blue Mage is a long thing, but we don't have to do it right away. We can just unlock it and go. Yeah, let's go unlock Blue Mage real quick. We'll get Soulstone, Rainmaker, a set of gear, and the spell Water Cannon. You there? Would I be right in guessing you're an adventurer? If so, I have a request to make. We've had reports of some charlatan claiming to be a blue mage, whatever that's supposed to be. He could be a blue-arsed wharf rat for all I care, but I hear he's selling so-called soul crystals to adventurers for a tidy sum. Apparently, they're meant to give the holder all sorts of mystical powers, which is a load of chocobo shite, according to a dozen or so dissatisfied customers. You see, spells and whatnot are not really my field of expertise, which is why I want you to help me investigate. I need you to tell me whether these crystals are the genuine article. If they turn out to be fakes, I'll arrest him on charges of fraud, and you will receive fair payment for your assistance. And if they by some miracle end up doing what he claims, you might be able to pick up a new parlor trick or two. So are you in? That sounds like a win-win for me. Very good. We've received word he's haranguing passerby near Summerford Farms. I'll meet you there. Well, on to Summerford. Well, what I think we'll do as far as other jobs are concerned, I will do the initial quest to unlock them, and then I will level them up, and then we'll do the stories as we go, let's say. That way we're not bogged down with a bunch of leveling on stream. You there? You just got here just in time. Looks like he's about to make his pitch. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Name's Martin. Today I present you a wonder of the new world. Call it blue magic. Beyond the Indigo Deep live the Wallachie, with their own unique brand of spellcasting. Like black and white magic, it draws on aether from their surroundings, but that's where the similarities end, my friends. I'm sure you've all seen wild creatures lashing about with fire and ice and what have you. It's a form of self-defense, see? But it's still magic. The Wallachie discovered how to harness aether in the same way and build the forces of nature. But how, I hear you cry? It's simple. You have to attune your mind to the instincts of the beast. When a creature is driven to attack, you can see into its soul. When you overcome it in battle, you absorb some of its ether and make its power your own. Of course, it's not as easy as picking fights with the local wildlife, but my Wallachie mentors taught me well, and now it's my turn to teach you. Behold the power of blue magic. By the 12th, did you see that? I thought you'd be impressed. Now, before anyone asks why it's called blue magic, let me tell you. For the Wallachie, this color holds special meaning, sacred even. And seeing this ain't white or black magic, it seems like the perfect fit. I suppose you're all wondering what you need to become a blue mage like me. Well, for starters, you'll be wanting one of these, a soul crystal. And don't forget, it's specially designed outfit to help you look the part. I'll even throw in one of these spellbooks, personally penned by yours truly, containing everything you need to know about learning blue magic. I've got enough for all of you. You'd better snap them up before it's too late. So this was actually introduced, I believe, in Stormblood. Now, this is what is called well, I'll save the explanation until we're done with the quest. Are you lot really that dense? Can you see he's playing you for fools? Drive the beast to attack, or like run headlong into battle with only a silly blue costume for protection. Of course, no one can claim it's fraud when they're at the bottom of some creature's belly. We feast on your flesh, smoothskins. Your gods cannot save you now. All of you, stay back. No more! Please spare us! Yeah, saw that one coming. They never stood a chance. Bugger all this swords and shields nonsense. I'm giving blue magic a try. Well, looks like he made some gil. There's definitely something fishy going on here. And the arrival of those mammals was a little too timely for my liking. Come on, let's see where he goes next. And who is this person following us? I think we got something fishy. It looks like he's heading for the Morley Dry Docks. Follow me. To the Morley Dry Docks. And we are going to just teleport there because doing it the short ways for scrubs. Going the long way, that is. According to one of the guards, this Martin character has been skulking about the docks over the past few days. Apparently he's been begging for leftovers from the mess hall. Considering that he's making Gil hand over fist from gullible adventurers, it struck me as a little more than odd. Anyway, he was last spotted making his way to the salt stream. Let's go. Just as I suspected, he's up to no good. That's when he come all the way to a place like this. They're working with him. Martin, did you say you'd be less violent this time? That was very violent. Very violent indeed. It all adds to the realism. You lads did a great job. Your gods cannot save you now. Nice improvisation. That one bloke damn near shat himself. I think we've seen enough. Hold it, right there. I'm placing you under arrest on charges of fraud. Fraud? This is all a big misunderstanding. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. The game's up, and the same goes for you two. I knew you were in cahoots from the very beginning. As for those crystals, I'm about as convinced by them as I was by your acting. Say what you will about our sales technique, but there's nothing dodgy with the merchandise. I'll have you know I pour my heart and soul into those crystals, and the spellbooks explain how to learn the magic. It ain't my fault that the buyers can't be arsed to read them. And if you're thinking about clapping me in irons over the outfits, not providing enough protection, I assured you they are tailored especially with their needs of blue mage in mind. I'll admit I had to cut a few corners to keep the costs down, but still. It all boils down to whether the soul crystals are genuine or not. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you try this blue magic of his? Okay. Come on, miss. Don't be shy. Once you've learned your first spell, you'll know I ain't pulling your leg. I'll even let you borrow one of the outfits. We look fly. Oh yes, very fetching. While you've been getting changed, Latuolja and Galilja have been luring over a nice cooperative baby kraken to teach you water cannon. The bait's been laid, so one should turn up any moment now. A baby kraken. Run away, run away! That's a bit on the big side, lads. Not to worry, All you have to do is give it a few licks, and with the patent blue magic focus or stick, if you prefer, and our tentacle friend will return their favor. We'll find possibly quite painful jets of water at you, or try not to die. Okay, we've got ads coming up in about 8 seconds, and we have no more snoozes, so I will have to let it run. Yeah, we just letting it hit us with water, so we learn water cannon. We win. Alright, we'll pause here and let the ad run. Okay, we're back. Impressive. After that little escapade, you should be able to fire your very own water cannon. By the by, you don't, strictly speaking, need to use chocolate magic you're trying to learn, but that'll probably happen whether you want to or not. In some cases, repeatedly. As long as you're the one that the beast's after, its power should be yours, assuming you can defeat it. You see, this is what most people don't realize about becoming a blue mage. When you start out, you're like a blank slate. It takes a fair amount of bravery to stare these creatures down and look into their souls. It's a shame that not all of my customers have your determination, but that's hardly grounds to call me a fraud. You don't think he's telling the truth, do you? Yeah, well, we'll see. Now that it's settled, I'll be having my wares back if you don't mind. What's that? You still don't believe me? To be honest, miss, I don't know what more I can do. Tell you what, why don't I give you a soul crystal, outfit, and spellbook for free? That way, as a full-fledged blue mage, you can act as living proof of my innocence. Sound fair to you? And we have completed and unlocked a blue mage. Blue mage charms generally have no effect on your attributes, however, equipping armor and accessories that boost your intelligence will greatly increase the damage dealt by your offensive magic. If you lose your blue mage gear, replacements can be purchased from the clan-based salvagers in Limsa, Gridania, and Ulda. Alright. We will not be progressing this because we will be saving that, and Blue Mage is a long grind as we have to go and defeat enemies both in the overworld and in dungeons. But I think we can... But we will, however, go ahead and equip our crystal bow. So we need to put this. We will put on... No, let's use this. We want to look fly. Really, the already count is better. Okay. Then we'll use it for glamour. We're not going to display the headgear, and we are going to make to believe okay. Let's take a look at our create a new gear set. Blue Mage, yep. And then let's look at our macro. And our Blue Mage is okay. So that's 19, 20, 21, 22. So that should be 22. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. And then come over here. And we're going to paste. And instead of Soul of the Paladin, we're going to do Soul of the Blue Mage. And that's going to be 19, 20, 20. So this will be gear set 22. Everything else should be fine. So now, under our gear set list, we're going to change that number to 22. There we go. Now, and let's go ahead and use our wind-up tool, Jaja. And he will be today's minion. Yes. Yes, he will. Alright. So, we will not be progressing this, even though we are a blue mage. Because, well, I'm going to... It's a long process for his storyline, and we need to get a lot more stuff than that, and I kind of want to work on Blue Mage when we're ready. But it's unlocked. It's here. Actually, let's do it until we get locked behind something. So let's go ahead and talk to Martin again. Yeah, we'll just do it until until something stops us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll do that. His freedom hangs in the balance. Well, I suppose you better show this yellow jacket that getting smacked about by a mad kraken wasn't a waste of time after all. Just take a minute, Latoul job, and fire off a water cannon. If anyone knows how a proper blast feels, it's him. Gods know he's been on the receiving end enough times. This is the only way? Oh, right. We gotta go and set our Blue Mage book, the water cannon, to active. So this is the Blue Mage book. So you see, each of these corresponds to a spell. This is the active actions we have. We can have a few different sets, but all you need to do is to activate a spell is click it here, and now it's active. And let's hit him with a water cannon. Painful yet refreshing. Refreshing yet painful. See? I was telling the truth, wasn't I? Yeah. Well then, we best be going. It's been a pleasure. Not so fast, you blue-haired twit. I'll admit the spell worked as you said it would. But you can't tell those soul crystals without adequately explaining the risks. It's irresponsible. Some might even call it deliberately neglectful. She's kind of true. You're not under arrest. From this day forth, you are strictly forbidden from peddling any more of your wares. If I hear you sold so much as a blue handkerchief, I will hunt you down and throw you behind bars. For your aid in the investigation, you have my thanks. Fare you well. We'll call this part finishing the unlock. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't bloody believe it. Just as I was beginning to turn a half-decent profit. Well. That was quite the show, darlings. Neither black nor white magic, but something new entirely. Blue magic. Yes, it's sure to draw a crowd, as you amply demonstrated. And who might you be? The name's Royce, and I manage the Celestium in Uldar. It's an arena where daring young souls such as yourselves perform feats of bravery for the audience. Unlike the Colosseum, the vast majority of the entertainment pits men against beasts, with the matches being brought to an end before the other side suffers any serious injury. While our patrons revel in a thrill of combat, acts of wanton brutality and bloodshed are considered distasteful. Rather than savagery and slaughter, our appeal lies in the personas that participants assume to add a touch of drama to the proceedings. Unlike, however, I am not one to settle for a mere modicum of success. My goal is to make the Celestium renowned the world over. To that end, I have been searching for something truly unique. And that is when word of this blue magic of yours reached my ears. Martin, my blue bundle of crowd-pleasing wonderment, how would you like to be the very first contestant of Masked Carnival? It'll be an event pitting your magic against a host of bestial foes. Listen, this is serious stuff. I didn't go through the whole trouble of learning all those spells to entertain a bunch of gawping spectators. Paying spectators, my dear. Some of them quite wealthy, in fact, and you stand to earn rather a lot of coin. Now you're talking my language. I say, darling, where are you going? I was about to make you the same offer. I hate to burst your bubble, love, but my apprentice here barely taking the first step on the road to becoming a blue mage. Wouldn't want to meet a grizzly in the middle of your arena, would we? I'll have you know that I could kick your ass. Can I use something besides these piss poor spells? I think that would rather defeat the purpose. If I only needed warriors to triumph over the pit fiends, I'd have more than enough already. It's blue magic and nothing, I'm afraid. If you're not confident in your abilities, I don't mind waiting until you're ready for battle. Perhaps you could oversee our training between matches. Training? That weren't part of the deal. Oh, I'm not asking you to do it for free, my dear. Quite the contrary. You'll pay me for that, too? Consider it done. That's what I like to hear, Martin. Let's get you to Ul'dah for your costume fitting. Come along. So this will unlock the masked carnival. I have to wear a costume as well. I've got a bad feeling about this. Well, let's go home to Ul'dah. I think this is where it'll kind of stop me. I think we'll have to go get a blue mage spell for the next one. Just occurred to me that I never asked whether you actually want to take part of the masked carnival. Are you willing to endure Martin's training regime in preparation for the greatest performance of your life? Well, since you put it that way, you made the right choice, my dear. I have high hopes for you. As for your illustrious mentor, I believe he should be ready to make his grand entrance any moment now. Oh, looks like we got another ad. Ooh, Martin is looking spiffy. But we'll wait for the ad to run. And we'll be back after the ad. Alright, we are back from the ad. Wait. Oh yes, I'll be honest with you. It's a bit more extravagant than what I'm used to. Color's not bad, I suppose. You look marvelous, my dear. Everyone feast your eyes on the great Azuro. Eh? What's that supposed to mean? Well, nothing really. It lends a certain degree of panache to your stage persona. No offense, darling, but the great Martin doesn't have quite the same ring to it. You'll be playing the role of an enigmatic nobleman who has deigned to grace the Celestium with his outlandish magics. Oh, where are my manners? I never asked your name. Zelda. Zelda. We should come up with something a little bit more inspiring before you step into the arena. Ah, yes. I have some information concerning you two gentlemen. As you may have heard, Uldar has a new law that bans members of most beast tribes from entering the city. It's mainly to keep out the goblin merchants, you see. I poured over, had someone else pour over the documents. It seems there's no mention of the Mammals whatsoever, meaning you are free to stay here as long as you like. As long as you please. That's what we call Monopoly chat. Well, with that, I think my work here is done for the time being. Martin, I leave Zelda in your presumably capable hands. Best of luck. I'll admit, I didn't think this is how things would turn out. What's life without a few surprises, eh? So it looks like I'll be guiding you on the path to becoming a blue mage. I get the impression you're no stranger to getting up close and personal with fearsome beasties. But when it comes to mastering the Wallachi's techniques, you've got a long way to go. It's the creatures themselves who'll be doing all the teaching, though. And the spellbook will point you in the right direction. Of course, it wouldn't be much of a mentor if I just said, come back when you've got a few more spells under your belt. Seems like you need something specific to aim for. Tell you what, why don't you start by learning Blood Drain, and who knows, it might even come in handy. Oh, nearly slipped my mind. There are a few spells that you can only learn from creatures in the New World. Luckily for you, Gilja has brought with him a fine collection of totems infused with their ether to save you the trip across the Indigo Deep. You'll get in your hands dirty fighting off fiends. Just absorb the ether and the magic is yours. Naturally, we're not going to just give them to you since you're still only a novice. Wouldn't want you biting off more than you can chew. When you think you're ready, talk to Gahilja. Gahilja, very impressed by Zelda's bravery when Kraken appeared. Now Zelda must impress with skills as Blue Mage if you want these totems. Real and true. You are the man. There's a whole world of spells waiting for you. So go and start learning. Alright, so I think this is where we are stopped. We have to go get a spell, and we're not doing that today. So, we are going to switch back to being a paladin. And we are going to go back to Limsa. See what else we can get. Alright, so let's see. We need to be Fisher for that one. Dancer, Sage. So Dancer will give us a well, Dan. Shall we dance will give us dancer. That will give us sage. It's a healer. Rogue will give us the rogue. Beast of Brewers Beacon. We'll need to actually get the fish for that. That will unlock ocean fishing. Alright, so let us become a fisher. And we will go unlock ocean fishing. We'll save the actual battle jobs for later when it makes a little bit more sense to do them. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Blue Mage is what's called a limited job, and the leveling process is overworld. Most of the dungeons are out of bounds for us, although we can power level it. What you do is we get a specific spell, and then we go and have a friend. We hit it with a spell, and our friend kills it, and we reap the rewards. But you don't be in a party. If you're in a party, you share the experience. You don't want that when you're power leveling a blue mage. So what you do is your friend and you're going around. You hit it with a spell. Usually people suggest like a spell like Flying Sardine, which you can get from the app clues, which are level 30 enemy. Or there's another spell you can get as well. But you hit it with a spell, and then your friend, who should be much, much higher level than you, hits it with that spell, and or kills it, and then you get your thing. Now, we won't be leveling Blue Mage for quite some time, as I want to be able to unlock all the areas in which I can get spells. So that will take a couple of expansions to do. So we can get those spells and unlock the dungeons that can get those spells. And also having access to higher enemies lets you level faster. So we just will unlock it, but we won't touch it after this for quite some time. We just wanted to get the job and the Masked Carnival unlocked and ready to go. But Sage and Dancer, we will hold off on unlocking that until later. Even though we aren't patch locking, I am deciding that we are not going to unlock jobs that are outside of the current expansion we're in. We'll unlock them when we get to expansion. So, for example, Dancer, we'll unlock that when we get to Shadowbringers. And Sage, we will unlock when we get to Endwalker. So forth and so on. But to this Fisherman's Guild to unlock ocean fishing. Ocean fishing is a cheat code to getting much, much further leveling. And we are going to be abusing that shit as much as we can. We'll get some versatile lures. Why, if it isn't the fabled Zelda, I've heard you're the big fisher in a small pond. By the looks of it, the rumors are true. But what if I told you there were bigger ponds out there, and bigger fish besides? I reckon you'd be eager to know where, and it so happens I can tell you. You see, the Fisherman's Guild has finished constructing a vast boat equipped for voyages on the high seas. As far as I know, Captain Forcegill is still looking for a band of fishermen adventurous enough to brave the deepest fishing hole of them all. If you think you've the stones for it, I'm sure he'll be glad to take you on. Uh-huh. I'm sure he will. So now we need to go out to the Archivist Guild Interact. Skillip Exchange. Another daring soul come to join our crew. But let me be the first to welcome you to the Endeavor. Now this ain't your regular fishing boat. We sail it where we please, holding only the course the wind provides to us. That's the only way you can see the unseen, know the unknown. Captain Forcegill, if I may. The Endeavor is the Guild's only ship of this magnitude, and if we, as you say, sail only where the wind pleases to take us, we might not ever return to this port. The Guild may not look favorably upon such liberal use of its property. She's right. I mean, Walaga is pretty chill dude, but even though I think he'd still have raised an eyebrow on that. My apologies for foregoing an introduction. I'm Driscota, sent from the Fisherman's Guild to oversee this adventure. Why am I here when this ship already has a captain, you ask? Well, you may already know, members of our trade, Master Wawalago and Captain Forcegill included, seem to have difficulties managing time. I suppose the concept becomes something of an afterthought when one becomes so focused on water surface. Regardless, I'm here to ensure the ship adheres to its schedule, both by managing its finances and ensuring new crew moves aboard smoothly. The Endeavor, which shall embark upon any number of predetermined routes, each of which have this port as their final destination. Rest assured, if you fail to join one voyage, the ship shall return before long. The route we travel will be determined by our departure time, and you may speak with me if you wish to know the route before boarding. Pray bear in mind that we must keep to a strict schedule. We cannot take on more crew members after we begin boarding, and there are no exceptions to this rule, even for captains. Aye, I hear you. When we board the ship, it is when we get to the exciting part, fishing. Here, take these lures. They're certain to attract something worth displaying on your wall, or at the very least, worth eating. So there are a bunch of fish that we can only get by going ocean fishing for our fishing walk, so we will be making a liberal use of that. There's a mount and a minion as well that comes from fishing, so we will definitely be taking advantage of that. Should be enough to last for one voyage at least. If you're looking for other kinds of bait, you can buy here on the docks or on the ship. Try to switch it up now and then, because if you only use the same bait, you're only going to keep catching the same fish. And that ain't the way we do this, is it? Nope. And one last thing. While Driscota here may be in charge of the particulars on land, once we're on the ship, it's my word that we'll heed. So when I say we're fishing here or we're sailing there, I won't hear no objections. So long as we're clear on that, I believe there will be bounteous fishing for all. And with that, the Endeavor is yours to board if you wish to enter the ship, or if you would like a more detailed explanation of what it is we do, you need only ask. All right. Now we have ocean fishing. So there are some rules to ocean fishing. One, it'll tell us here. Potential crew members may register to board the Endeavor in 15-minute intervals, occurring every 2 hours Earth time. So every 2 real hours we'll be able to go on a voyage. However, the Endeavor will depart early if the crew members reaches 24. So the maximum amount of people that can board is 24. So bear that in mind as well. Also, the schedule has it departing every odd hour, so 1, 3, 5, etc. If we talk to Jascoda here, we can see that it is no longer accepting crew members. The recruitment will start in 51 minutes. The current time is 4:08, so the next time we would have a chance to go out is at 5 o'clock. We can view the sailing schedule, so we can see which ones. So we got the Indigo routes, and we got the Ruby route, but we can't do the Ruby route because we don't have access to Stormlight. So all of our abilities would be here on the Indigo route, at least for now. But we got Bloodbrine Sea, North Shroud, Strait of Merthor, Rotano, and then it kind of repeats, right? There is some good, there is some really, really good resources for fishing. So we will go ahead and pull up our thing here. So let's see, where's our fishing one? So carbuncle plushie is a really good thing for tracking your big fish. You can go over here and you can filter by expansion. You can display your things you caught or uncaught. You can import settings from other places. Is it Lulu's Tools? Yeah, Lulu's Tools. We can see the ocean fishing guide, and you will tell us what bait to have and what we'll need. So you can reference this website here, Lulu's Tools, FFXIV.pf-n.co. I will put this in the Discord / Discord. Oh, sorry, we were on an ad. So this is Lulu's Tools. This is a really great thing for a bunch of different tools, but especially for ocean fishing. So on the ocean fishing, we can look at our routes. We can filter by different things. So we can look at the achievements that we would need that are available for ocean fishing. We can look at the specific routes and what we need to do. Looking for bluefish. And then here we can see when our next, so you can do this in game as well, but here it kind of shows us when our next route's going to be, the routes. So let's change over to Indigo Deep. So we'll see what time, the routes. It's sunset, we can see what our objectives are going to be. So we would need to get these 2 different fish, for example. And here we can also check our bait. So we can see that we'll need ragworms for the spectral butterfly, and krill for the Celotes geode, and ragworms for the metallic box spith. And then we can see this. So we can show our intuition tis, our time sensitive ones, high value. So this is a really good tool. I will be including this in the helpful tools section of the Discord / Discord. In the chat, we'll get you the Discord link if you haven't joined. But I will be posting this in the Discord for those who want to take advantage of it. It will also be posting the Big Fish Tracker for Carbuncle plushie as well, for those who are looking for fishing up those rare big fish. Because timers are very useful in this game. Anyway, we are done with that. So let's see. I do believe, aside from picking up Rogue, which we'll do later, I don't think we'll do that on stream, or this stream rather. We'll do it on a more dedicated one. We'll pick up Rogue. But I do believe everything else is either unlocked or something I don't mind waiting to do. Alright, so Limsa is done. Let's go check out, make sure we've got everything in the other areas. So let's do a quick hop around. See if there's anything kind of holdovers, as we were. Okay. More of a dry dock, or sorry, some Middle Lenosha is good. We're good on that. Let's hop over to the dry docks. Make sure we got everything in Lower Lenosha. And it does appear that we do. Okay, that's good. Lower Lenosha is clear. Some things may pop up when we progress further in the MSQ. Some things are kind of locked to your MSQ quest progression. So we'll check back periodically, of course. And we will hop to Costa del Sol. I thought there was something over on Whiteport. Could be mistaken. Change back to our pattern. Well, I guess we've got everything over here. Okay, that's good. Airport. Oh, we are still working on our Allied Society. but I will still do that off camera until we get to the next story marker, because they're nothing spectacular. But we do have our Sahagin here. Looks like Western Lenosha's good. Speaking of which, let's check our reputation. So we are 198 of 360 with the Amalja, and same with the Sylphs. So because I'm kind of not restricting myself, I'm just going to get the Amalja and Sylphs up as quickly as I can, and then do the same for the Kobolds and the Sahagin. And then I will unlock the... once I get these four up to their max, I'll unlock the Ixal. Because the Ixal are crafting, and well, I can cheese the hell out of them. And I believe we can really do some pretty cool stuff with them. Get them up pretty quick, because we won't have to share allowances with the other four. But we're gonna get these guys up as quickly as we can. But that's where we stand rep wise. So Western Lenosha is good. Check Upper Lenosha. Okay, Upper Lenosha is cleared. Outer Lenosha. So we've got the Sahagin, or no, sorry, not the Sahagin, the Kobolds. This icon here represents that we have a recurring side quest. But so that's what their side quests look like. But looks like we are good for Outer Lenosha. Awesome. Which is what we like to see. Wolves Den. There's some things I think we can unlock in there. I think. Yep. So we can unlock Crystalline Conflict, Rival Wings, and Duels. So let's go ahead and talk to the faint-hearted fighter here. So we can unlock Duels. This nervous trembling of his legs suggests this RA brawler may not be as tough as he appears. Please, I beg of you, stay those ferocious-looking fists. I'm not ready for a full contact sparring. Why, I only just begun to practice my one-inch punch. One-inch punch? So, you haven't come to duel me then? My apologies. You have the look of a woman who enjoys the thrill of a fight. He's got us pegged, chat. And I thought perhaps you'd come to challenge me. And for good reason, I might add. See, the Maelstrom recently opened up a new sparring ground of sorts right here on this pier. No adventurers can go toe-to-toe without climbing down into the pit. I was all but certain you were just like everyone else, either to earn a notch in your belt, having the skill or the courage to put up a fight. But you've the look of a woman who's weathered her fair share of battles. Perhaps you'd like to test your mettle in the ring. Not with me, of course. The officer who oversees the arena is just over there. Doubtless she'd be happy to tell you all about it. Just look at that frightful stare. Always on the lookout for fresh blood, or so they say. Well, Maelstrom Drill Sergeant. So yep. we can explore this a little bit. So we've got stretching dummies where we can practice our rotation, which I definitely need to do. I really need to work on my PvP for reals. But what you do is you enter this area, and anyone who comes in this area, you can challenge each other to a duel. What's this? Another wolf pup itching to get into the ring, are you? Well, if it's blood you're after, you need to be quick. And you need it quick, might be you can slake your thirst here. Before you go rushing off to get yourself bludgeoned, though, there's rules to be learned. Don't worry, you nonetheless. I'll teach you all you need to know. So, you're gonna dirty your hands here in this ring, are you? I like a spirit lass, but there are rules to be followed. A certain protocol that serves to maintain order when fists are flying and blades are slashing. If you have any questions, I suggest you speak up. So we can talk to her. We're not going to do that because my time and your time are more valuable than that. So we'll talk to Soft Knocks here, and we'll unlock Rival Links. Soft Knocks comes to Warplace and learns that uplanders have many heart pumps for fighting play. Soft Knocks sees chances for busy deal. First copy England for uplanders who have better fighting play. Crunch bone and smash steel muchly. Now new fighting play is born. Name of Rival Wings. Mocking of God make help uplanders make much mayhem together. If Uplander wishes to fill prey case with knowing survival wings, Soft Knock's happy to give many tongue flaps. Astrogalos. Yeah, let's go. Show us what we expect. We'll do this here and there. Rival Wings tends not to be a very much played mode, but there are times when it is more used, more done, especially on Crystal Data Center where my main is. There are usually on the weekends. Rival Wings tends to get a lot of people doing it, and also one time that a lot of people tend to do Rival Wings is during Mocktown events. It looks like we got another ad coming up, so I'll go ahead and run that now. Get it out of the way while I go take a restroom. So be right back. And we are back from the ad and back from the little ARR's room. So let's go ahead and unlock Crystal and Conflict, shall we? You look to be spoiling for a fight, newcomer. Not that I blame you. Most everyone in the captain sends my ways. You'd do well to vent some of that pent-up rage in a match or three from the Crystal and Conflict. It's the latest, greatest, and most exciting tactical training you'll find this side of the front lines. You may think me biased, given that I am one who came up with the rules, but nothing could be further from the truth. Received countless calls to add more strategic elements to our training skirmishes. Yet, in the FFXIV forums, and I simply put the entirety of my considerable skill toward answering them. Crystal and Conflict matches challenge you to maintain control over an all-important freight, which you must transport safely to a designated location amid the heat of battle. I've even designed special arenas replete with magic mechanisms to keep you on your toes. If that piques your interest, my first recommendation is that you learn the rules in their entirety, lest you be pulverized the moment you step into the field. But fear not, I am more than happy to discuss them any time. So this will show us kind of how it works. This was introduced in Walker. Crystal and Conflicts allows you to take part in small-scale 5v5 tactical skirmishes. You can be accessed via the PvP section of the Duty Finder. Alright, that is all of the things we can do, at least currently in Wolves Den. So, let's go to Gridania so we can pick up there, if anything. Which there is quite a bit. So, one of the things we can pick up, if we were patch locked, this would be out of bounds, but we're no longer patch locking, so we can do this. Palace of the Dead. Now, this was introduced in Heaven's Word. This is a very, very good leveling method for anything up to level 60. So any job that you need to level, you can take them into the Palace of the Dead, level them up to 60, and you are Gucci. Generally, what the range that you try to work on is anything, I think, between, if I remember right, 21 through, no, I'm thinking 21 through 30. Or was that Heaven on High? I'll look it up. But we can unlock that. Gunbreaker, that's a job. We're going to skip that. Fear and Odin in the Shroud. That, I believe, will unlock Odin. The Odin raid. Let's see, anything over in... anything in Old Gridania before we decide what we're doing? Let's see. Plucking the heartstrings. Oh, we need to be a bard for that. Let's go unlock performance. Joy Pictomancy, that's another job. Pictomancer is, of course, introduced in Dawntrail. We could technically pick it up at level 80, which we are within 5 levels of as a paladin. But we're going to save that because some of these job quests can be pretty spoilery. Have you come to listen to the silken strings of Simpkin, traveling troubadour and master minstrel? No. You do, however, have the look of one who lives life on the road, and on the subject of wondrous wanderings and musical expression thereof, I do mayhap have some small wisdom to offer. When I suddenly find my heart stirred by some spectacle of nature, or inspiring act of daring do, I simply let the emotion of the moment flow through my fingers and into my harp. I found no sound to be as achingly beautiful as one born from the instant genuine joy or wistful sadness. You need no special training or knowledge to give voice to the music of the hearts, only a willingness to play the score as it writes itself across your soul. If you can accomplish such surrender, then you will have created a piece unique unto yourself, and what melody could be more precious? I knew from the moment I laid eyes upon you, here is a woman whose spirit begs for instrumental interpretation. Yes, pray, release your ambitions and favor the world with your performance. So, we need to agree to this. So, like anyone, we could just, like any good, normal person, we could just agree to the conditions and confirm it, but we know better. So, we are going to read this. Performance Actions Agreements. When using the performance actions, you are strictly prohibited from performing the music of any third parties. You may record and upload your performance and hereby agree to license such recordings to us for use by Square Enix or others in accordance with the terms of the Final Fantasy XIV Material Usage License. So, basically, don't do anything that's copyrighted. At least nothing that, like, people can recognize and you upload and try to, like, do for money or whatever. If you're just in game and you want to play, say, a song or whatever, that's fine. But don't go get Square in trouble by posting copyrighted material. We're going to agree. And we've unlocked performance. To begin, you should simply play whichever notes catch your fancy. Let whimsy carry you up and down the scales. Revel in the soaring sights and plunging depths until you find a song which resonates with your being. Painted with the experience of your adventures, the timbre and tone will be yours and yours alone. I wonder what manner of music will fill the air. May the wind catch your composition and deliver it unto my covetous ear. You have learned to perform. When playing as a bard, performance actions can be found in the Actions and Traits window, accessed under the character in the main menu. So, let's do P. Let us look at performance. So, you see we have all of these different instruments we can play. So, this will show us how it works on a controller. This acts as kind of like a metronome. See, it acts kind of like a metronome for us. We can change our beats per minute, beats per measure, and things like this. And then, we have, and this is how we would play it. We can use our keyboard shortcuts. to play the different notes. You see how we can do shift to go up an octave, control to go down an octave. We can set things here for our keybinds. So this will show us what our control scheme is. So we can mute other performance while we're in performance mode. We can display the control guide. Playback type is self, or we can do all members. Keyboard controls. We can set a bunch of different stuff here. Some people even will plug in a keyboard to their computers so that they can actually, play without having to use their keyboard, which is quite honestly better. Some people use dark arts. I neither know or condone these methods, but it is what it is. Anyway, we're going to escape because we are not going to do that. Alright. Let us return to being a paladin. So that is not that's job, and we're not going to do that until much later. All right. Nothing more that we can really do in Old Gridania. So let's go back to New Gridania. Back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Here in Odin. Alright, let's go ahead and unlock the raid. We won't necessarily do it. Oh, that's another thing. I am amending how we are going to be handling extreme trials. Because we are not patch locking ourselves, I will allow the unsyncing of extremes on a first run. That way we can just not have to worry about getting a whole group together. We still may need to get a couple of people to come with us just to make things easier, but we're not going to be precious about it, and we will save the doing it synced for the patch lock series on YouTube, which the working title would be Fantasy FFXIV the Hard Way. That's kind of the thing, but leave a comment and let me know what you think on when I post this VOD. Leave a comment on the YouTube channel when I post this VOD up on the YouTube. Leave me a comment whether or not you like the idea of Final Fantasy XIV the Hard Way as the YouTube patch lock series title, or if you have another one. Leave a like and give a sub over at the YouTube, which you can do !YouTube for a link, I believe. And yeah, that'll be fun. Let's start the Scarlet. So, we can unlock the Ixal here. We are not unlocking the Ixal. Not yet, at least. Fear and Odin in the Shroud. This, I believe, will unlock the actual Odin fights. Zelda, your timing never fails to amaze. Unless I'm mistaken, you have knowledge of the Elder Primal Odin, correct? Yeah, we actually do. Looks like we got an ad starting in under 30 seconds, so we'll pause here. And welcome back, everyone. Let's continue getting Odin here. As I thought, well, as you know, we have long pursued the dark divinity from the pages of arcane scripture to the shroud itself. Finally, we have a plan to put his prowling to an end. Brother O. Apepsi. Brother O. Apesi has the command. He has personally requested your aid in this venture and awaits you at Earth's Spout. I'm sure he will give you the details once you present yourself. Godspeed, Zelda. We will not do that. We will also, before we leave, we'll go pick up the quest for I'm blinking. For Palisade. We'll go ahead and grab this so we don't have to come back here. We'll get hard leather wristbands, plain necklace, and some bronze pieces. As I live and breathe, you are that adventurer everyone's been talking about, aren't you? I take it you've heard about the nasty business down near Issamhar. Surely you've heard the stories of a strange portal suddenly appearing in the ruins down there. Hey, don't give me that look. I'm only telling you what I overheard from the whalers. They say on the other end of it is some sort of labyrinth. The thing is, every time they go down there to map the place out, nothing is the same. A mystery if I've ever heard one. Frankly, I'm more than happy to let it stay a mystery. Strange apparitions, booby-trapped corridors. Going down there is nothing short of suicide. Still, the prospect of treasure is awful tempting. Don't take my word for it, though. Head down to Issamhar, and you didn't hear it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. That's in the shroud. That is also in the... So both are going to be in the same spots. That's a good thing. That's convenient. Quite convenient. Alright, first things first. Let's go... not run into walls. Alright, well, let's go talk over here. We be flying, yo. Let's talk to the Wood Whaler Expeditionary dude. I'm sorry, but I must insist that you... Oh, an adventurer, and a rather seasoned one looking besides. On the off chance you're not simply here to gawp, perhaps you can lend us a hand. You see, despite the fervent protestations of those Duskwights over there, we cannot permit civilians within the ruins at this time. Capable men and women like you, on the other hand, are more than welcome. That is, if you've got the stones for it. Pray, seek out the others stationed at Quarry Mill. They can apprise you of the details. Okay. Hi, Scarsus, how's it going? Glad to see you. How's it going? It's Labor Day in the U.S. How do you celebrate, or do you have Labor Day in your country? Ah, that's a shame. Oh, Scarsus, just FYI, you probably missed this because you were not in the stream when we were beginning, but we're going to have a little change up in how we do things. So I will be making a standalone. Ah, Mayday. Okay. Yeah, ours is on September 1st. So happy Labor Day from the U.S. But yeah, just to let you know, we are going to be switching up the streaming format here. So we're going to switch from a patch locked run on Hime here, and going to a just a standard playthrough. No real restrictions. If we need to unsync something or whatnot, we'll do so. Um, we will we'll we'll be able to unlock things when they become available to us, and not um, wait for things like getting to the next patch or whatever. Uh, but yeah, we're going to be doing a YouTube one that will be a patch lock series. And the reason why I'm doing it is for a couple of reasons. One is that it takes some time to prepare, and so it's kind of like a fast and slow thing. So one is that it's slow in the sense that I have to like go and research things and be prepared, and that kind of cuts into stream time because I have to take off to research things. And then it's slow in that direction. Um, and then it's kind of fast because I feel like I have to rush things in order to make sure that the stream is exciting and has something unique and different about it. So and I figured doing a YouTube series will let me go at a pace that is proper for doing a challenge run like that. So I hope you look forward to that. I'm putting together all the things I need for it now on my off hours. Once I have everything I need, then I'll do the first recording, and that'll be posted up to YouTube. And it'll be edited. So I don't. I'm looking to do maybe half an hour to an hour episodes, I think. We'll have to see, but that's the general idea. Give me 1 second. I am responding to someone in my free company. Well, that took a little bit longer than we wanted to, but we are... So, right now, we're unlocking Palace of the Dead and unlocking Odin. So that's what you kind of walked in on when you came on Scartus. And we got an ad coming in, so we'll go ahead and let that run, and I'll see you in a bit. Alright, and we are back. So let's talk to Pepsi. Adventurer, thank you for your comment. We seek out the dark divinity, and you must be made privy to the plan before the game is afoot. As you know, Odin hunts in this forest. We would banish him from the shroud, yet in actual fact he has fallen before countless adventurers already. The rights of primal should plague us no more. Yet, again and again, he is vanquished. And he rises always to charge through the Twelveswood. His constant appearance is perplexing, to say the least. It raises two questions. Who summons him, and how does he change his visage upon manifesting? Odin is alone amongst the primals in these aspects. Indeed, I can find not a single sentence in the scriptures that sheds light on his devilish abilities. There is no answer in words writ of the pen. Now the sword must serve. Our plan is to send a band of adventurers against the dark divinity. Brother Isumayan, my master, and I will observe the battle from afar. We believe seeing the moment of Odin's defeat may give us a clue, one that will lead to uncovering the truth of the primal that has escaped us thus far. Naturally, this hinges upon the company's victory. No one but a warrior of light could hope to survive the battle, hence I have asked you here. Indeed, without you, our adventure is doomed to failure. So I implore you, lend us your strength. If you acquiesce, I shall invoke the power of the elementals and draw the dark divinity to this spring. And we have unlocked Earth's Founts, where we will do that when we can. We will, of course, just unsync it, but I'm not ready to do it quite yet. I'm gonna unlock all of the extremes and do them as we can. Do them kind of in a batch, and get those sweet mounts. I want to kind of clean up the other stuff before we start doing the extremes. Of course, we because we're doing it normally, we'll be unsyncing it, but either way, I kind of want to be able to just have them, do them, and get the mounts, and let that be that. And mount farming is fun. Oh yeah, love the FFXIV. Well met, adventurer. I take you've come to learn more of the recent happenings at Issamahar. The site of interest owing to the Gilmoran ruins. Gilmora being an underground city which predates Gridania, in case you were aware. Speaking of FXS, I need to get the Pixel remasters. I want to do those. I want to do 1 through 6 for a series. Hello, Conla. How's it going? FF6 is your favorite, huh? Can't say I blame. I blame you. It's not my top favorite, but I do have a very, very special place in my heart for Final Fantasy VIII because that was my first FF. But if I was to say what my... Ooh! What happened, Connell? That's not fun. The site is of interest owing to the Gilmoran ruins. Gilmora being an underground city which predates Gridania, in case you weren't aware. Any road, a few days past, we received reports from several astropogeographers that a magical gateway of some sort had appeared in the ruins, and that all manner of creatures are coming and going through it. Ooh, ouch! I hate when that happens. My men and I are among the first to examine it. Well, it's hard to explain. We crossed the threshold into a set of corridors we'd never seen before, and suddenly each and every one of us was filled with an inexplicable sense of dread. It was all I could do to take even a single step. According to Iura Kotor, who accompanied us, the ruins are warded with powerful magics that sap the spirits and aether. All of us who enter rendering them easy prey for the creatures within. Thankfully, we managed to devise a solution. We had to pull arms and armor, which safeguard and channel the wielders' energies that they might withstand the ruins' magics. Unfortunately, it does little to prevent us from losing our way, though. It beggars belief. Every time we have dared to venture into the ruins, we have found a path to be changed. We suspect this too may be a work of an unfathomably powerful mage. Yeah, Conala and Scarsis. 2 P's on the opposite sides of the pond. Unfortunately, it does little to prevent us from losing our way. Powerful mage. Needless to say, something strange is afoot, and traditional tactics are not like to suffice. Even experienced adventurers will need to proceed with caution. In any event, if you believe you have what it takes to brave the ruins and discover what secrets lie in its deepest depths, you need but say the word. We're going to take the bronze piece. And we have unlocked POTD. we will be holding off on doing POTD for story reasons until we unlock another dungeon that will continue where one other piece left off. But don't worry, we will get to it. Oh, and Kanala, just to let you know, I have decided we are moving the patch lock from a streaming content to a YouTube series. So on Hime here, I will just be playing normally, and then I will be making a YouTube series that will be on a alt that I'm going to create in on Golem, still part of the FC, but I'm going to be making that patch lock into a YouTube series for a variety of reasons that I have very inartfully covered earlier on in the stream. So if you want to hear me ramble on that, just watch the VOD. But suffice to say, normal playthrough for Hime, and then we'll have another character that I'll make, and we'll do a YouTube, just a YouTube video series on that. But with that, I have just gone around and started to unlock different things that we can. I'm not gonna touch the jobs. I'm gonna kind of hold those in reserve still. Not because I can't unlock them, but because I think it'll flow better if we unlock them as we go through the story, just for spoiler reasons, if that makes sense. But aside from you jamming your finger, how was your Labor Day? Alright, Gunbreaker, Ixal. Okay, so we're good on Gordania. Let's check Central Shroud. Yep. So we'll be just unsyncing Extreme Trials, and we'll be doing unsync for coils, and then we'll do the hard business of syncing it on the patch lock character. So we will, and we can do that whenever time allows, and I can fit it in. Bird in Hand, yes, we want to do Bird in Hand. For sure we want to do Bird in Hand. Because I believe that this unlocks our ability to like stable our chocobo and level him up. Cracker Roots. Cleaned all day. Sounds about right. Having a day off definitely makes that easier. The Chocobo Keep. Luculot is maybe far from home, but he has some matters close to his heart that he would discuss with you. Greetings, madam. Tell me, how goes the training of your avian mounts? I could not help but notice that there is some bias toward real-life combat. All battle and no bonding makes for a less noble bird. Greeting. I see that you already have a fine residence of your own. Why not build a stable for your chocobo? Closeness leads to fondness, and there are other perks. Indeed, I could tell you of those and more if you wish. We of Ishgard have a knack for chocobo husbandry. We have gotten more than Gridania will ever know, I fear. One Ishgardian knack is to stable chocobos at one's residence. That makes it possible to train and feed the birds. The second knack is to keep the stable meticulously clean and picked up. Chocobos are cleanly creatures and easily distressed by slovenly housekeeping. So get just straight to it. Pick up every vegetable scrap litter in the stable, you please. Basically, learn how to take care of your chocobo. And there's another scrap, but it looks like we need to get 5. Okay, and pick up that one. And there's our other 2. Okay, picked up all the scraps. Oh, sorry, Conala. Looks like Stream Elements timed you out for too many symbols. Looks like you were trying to... So, maybe use a few less symbols next time. Hey, have you collected all the vegetable scraps? Very good, I'll take those. The place is fresh as cream. How well the chocobos look, fulfilling their feathers in contentment. You would do well to lay in a magic broom. You shall need to use those for proper cleaning, but that's for another time. There's more to stable care than simple cleaning. I had put in that requirement just so that I'm not spammed with a bunch of stuff, but I may adjust it if it's a problem for you, Conala. If you would do well to lay in a magic broom, you shall need to use those for proper cleaning. That's for another time. There's more to stable care than cleaning. And that brings us to the third Ishgardian knack. Fresh feed. I am not the aptest tutor for this craft, however. There is one that has the knack right here in Benchbridge. That would be Mistress Margle, the resident botanist. She's in charge of all the cultivators maintained here for the chocobos. Go to her and beg a few greens and information from her. She'll not stint you on either. Looks like we got a Brad break. And break coming up. Alright, I am going to go ahead and move the timeout. There, I've untimed you out, Conala. If that happens again, I'll just make sure to untime out you again. Too many periods. Alright, we got an ad. I'm going to go ahead and... Okay. Back. Coffee is obtained. Twitch has made their money. So let's finish getting the ability to like stable our bird. Hello, Margalot. Margalt. Some food for your chocobo. Hi. You've come to the right place for it. It has been a warm spring. Try the crocker root. Many birds who would otherwise go off their feed cannot resist these luscious roots. We raise them with love as well as skill. Master Lukalot likes to call and knack. I've no quarrel with it. 'Tis a joy to grow, whether it be vegetables, chocobos, or the skill in one's own hands. Why not try your own hand at growing vegetables? You say you have a house. A house must have a field, food grown with your love and care. How could your bird not thrive? Eating feed such as that. Mayhap we are not what we eat. Elsewise my father would be a codfish, a swim in butter. But the feed certainly makes chocobos. So sensitive is their nature that you can see the effect of particular feed as clear as day. But I have yet to tell you about the main feeds. You are sure to be fascinated. Shall we ever tire of speaking of the gisal greens, precious, luscious plants? You can summon and train your birds with these greens, but as wonderful as gisal greens are, you're hardly unique in being attuned to specific areas of your chocobo's abilities. The art of raising a chocobo involves choosing a balance of these vegetables to feed your bird, thus creating a chocobo that is, well, just so. The best laid plans of wranglers are often frustrated by a picky eater, though, to make sure you come to know each bird's likes and dislikes. They are no pieces of magitech to bend to your will, but when a bird and woman grow together, why, you might discover something very special indeed. Aye, and you would do well to grow your own feed. May as well fight with a pine sword to raise a chocobo without a vegetable field of your own. Visit a store to buy the seeds, and remember, love and skill, there's the knack. I do go on, don't I? You came for a handful of feed and got an earful. But that's the way of it with us botanists. Take this fine specimen of a crocker root to your sweet chocobo, and I wish you both the joy of it. I believe this quest not only allows us to stable our chocobo, but it also allows us to color our chocobo, which I will be doing off camera, that is. It takes a while. But I am going to color Odin's feathers white. It is a reference to a couple of Final Fantasies, but the one I most remember it from is Final Fantasy XIII. 3. So I will be doing that when I have the ability. Ah, were you able to collect some chocobo feed? Margalt is ever stingy with their vegetables. Yeah. Gigantic crockeries. As fine a crocker root as I've seen. A magnificent specimen. This will make the training all the more effective, I believe. We come to the fourth knack of chocobo husbandry, Zelda. Training. I hear head wrangler Keitha about her work. There's a thought. Go and speak with her. She will tell you much more of training chocobos. Unholy putting in work. How's it going, Keitha? Nice to see you, adventurer. Here to learn about training your bird, you say? Yeah. Stable your chocobo and you'll be able to train the sweetheart. But you need to give him a treat straight after, and not a moment later. what I do is go pick up a choice bit of feed before I get the bird into training. Results vary, as that slick ruffian at the Ebony Stalls used to say. Around here, results depend on how clean the stables are, what treat you give, but as long as you love your chocolos, it's hard to muck it up. Essentially, the cleaner your stall is, the better, the more experience you'll get when you do your training of your chocobo. Well now, I've got a fine root, a crocker root, on you already. That'll work a treat. No pun intended. Go on, start training little Leia here. Yeah. You feed little Leia the gigantic crocker root after her training. She's so happy. Look at her. That was sweetly done, Venture. You've some skill at this, I reckon. Some are made to train just that one bird, but you can handle any chocobo. Some venturers share a stable, you know. Might be you could care for birds other than your own. You muck out the stables, that means you're helping raise the other adventurers' birds as well as your own. No matter who did the mucking out, really. Those birds have been cared for, you see. That ought to hold you for a while, aye? No use pouring too much wine into a cup. You'll best return to Lukalop before his discarding brain case starts imagining the worst. Another thing is, just as she said, you can care for other people's chocobos if you're in a shared stable. Which means there are achievements to be done by doing that. Which we'll do. But we have to make sure people actually are stabling their chocobos at the house. It's really done, though praise indeed from Kesa. Excellent, excellent. I have now taught you all the knacks you must needs know at this time, I believe. It is my hope that you will be add a stable to your residence, and there raise a chocobo, to serve as your brave mount and trusted companion. How I long to meet that bird someday. I trust you will not disappoint me. And we'll get some crockeries. And we have our active help for chocobo raising, which we have now unlocked. We are doing well. Okay, so we've got Central Shroud done. Let's take a look at East Shroud. See, make sure we don't have anything that we need to do in East Shroud. Does not look like it. Good. All we have is the sylphs, which we're still working on in terms of getting their reputation, get our reputation up with them for the next story quest. So that's good. And South Shroud. I don't think we have anything in the South Shroud, but Yep, all we have is Odin, so we're good there. And North Shroud. Yeah. I'll definitely stable Odin though, because I want to get his. I want to change his feathers from yellow to white, so I need to have him in the stables in order to do that. Okay, all we've got is the relics here. Speaking of relics, we have the first Skyfall book, and we've gotten almost everything except for Brayfalox's Long Stop Hard, so we'll do that when we're ready to do Breadbox Song Stop Hard. But yeah, everything looks good here. All right, to Ulda. We got another ad coming in under 10 seconds. 15 minutes is just way too short a time. I don't feel like I can get anything done before the next ad comes. We'll pick this up after the ad runs. Alright, we are back. So, this guy here is part of a 2-quest chain. I'm not going to do this until we complete the coils, because this has to do with Louis and I want to make sure that we so we will wait on that. Okay, this dude will unlock like civilized men and women, that will unlock front lines, and that will unlock hunts. So we are going to go ahead and take care of this. Yep, okay. Lieutenant Hime, if you have a moment, I would discuss a matter most grave which concerns the Flames, and by extension, EU. Perhaps you are familiar with the Battle of Cartno. Countless Eorzeans and Garleans massacred by an elder primal. End of an era, and so forth. Good, good. For a moment I feared you had been living in a cave for the past 5 years. Is that a dig, Neo? Then surely you know that Cartno Flats, where the battle took place, is a hellish wasteland littered with the remnants of that fateful day. Hardly anything of consequence to be found there now, eh? Certainly nothing worth protecting. And yet, in spite of that, the Eorzean Alliance continues to maintain a military presence in the region. What do you suppose that is? Because there is something there of consequence. Elegant ruins, to be precise. They are discovered following the calamity, and Allied scholars have studied them ever since. 3 nations working in tandem for a greater good. It should come as no surprise that it would not last. You see, Ul'dah, Limsa, Lemimsa, and Gridania have all formally asserted a claim to the territory. Negotiations thus far have proved fruitless, and so we are to settle the dispute on the field of battle. Oh, but do not misunderstand. We won't be going to war with our allies. Hostilities shall be confined to the disputed territories, and we shall fight to submission, not death. So there is no cause for concern, Odo. You won't be expected to kill your opponent, merely deprive them of the will to fight. I say you because the only reason I deign to share this information with you is because your company needs you, Lieutenant. We'll be damned if we're going to let a foreign power lay claim to those ruins, and so we need a very able-bodied soldier we can muster on the front line. I expect you will have questions and concerns. Very well, speak with our men at the airship landing. We'll tell you everything you need to know. Alright. And let the hunt begin. So this unlocks hunting. The sound of the horns, where the hunt begins. Quickly now, lend me your ears. The Eorzean Alliance has finally agreed to put a bounty on the worst of the lawless. About time. I mean the creatures and men that gum up the works like errant grains of sand. They are to be marked for extermination. Praise the traitors, and such rewards as befit the task paid out. They call it the hunt, for a sort of name, if you ask me. Wonderful to see the Alliance come together for such free market initiatives. I might say the cooperation on this point hardly makes a lie of the competition. Unless, Fecadarius, if there's enough to share, we share. If not, then it's the survival of the fittest. But I forget myself. It is the hunt that requires your services, not the never-ending bickering of nations. Perhaps you need the hunt as well. The work is no sinecure, but the rewards are rich. Speak with the hunt billmaster if you would hear more. We will talk to them in a second. This here, if you are a lieutenant, and you have if you are a lieutenant rank and you have unlocked the challenge log, you can get this quest if you are a battle class. If you are not a battle class and say a carpenter, you will not see this. This was added in Heaven's Word 3.4 to be precise, and this unlocks adventurer squadrons. On a challenge run, we would not be doing this, but because we are not doing a challenge run, we will be unlocking this. Lieutenant Hime, I'm certain that your duties with the Immortal Flames demand much of your time already. But if I might have a word? I'll get right to the point, Lieutenant. The higher-ups have authorized plans to form a specialized squad, and we're on the lookout for a reliable leader. Your name was at the top of the list. You would be responsible for training, commanding a number of adventurer subordinates, and the position also comes with the possibility of further promotion. What say you, Lieutenant? Are you ready to leave? Yes, we are, actually. Outstanding. Let's get you acquainted with your second in command right away. Look at this chat of a sergeant. It's an honor to be serving with you, Lieutenant Hime. In my capacity as your aide, I will be filling the role of Squadron Sergeant. And these eager troopers are the inaugural members of our squadron. Form up. Look at these. Look at these fresh-faced recruits. One of them is a fledgling adventurer who enlisted in the hopes of following in your legendary footsteps. They're green to the military eye, but we'll harden them up soon enough. When you have a moment to spare, stop by the barracks and we can discuss their training and deployment in greater detail. I'll leave it to you then, Commander. So this will allow us, as well as another way of leveling ourselves up, will also allow us to get the First Lieutenant and Captain ranks. What do you think? I'll admit they are raw as soldiers go, but they certainly have potential. I look forward to seeing what you can do with them. Right, I won't keep you any longer. Your squad's barracks can be found through the door at the back of the Hall of the Flames. May Nalthal bless you in fortune. Also, if you do change grand companies, you don't lose these guys, but you do have to rank up to be a lieutenant again before you can access the squadron again. You are now the commander of an adventurer squadron. Enter the flame barracks to speak with your squadron sergeant to issue deployment orders. Let's talk to our hunt billmaster to finish unlocking hunts. What do you want? Ah, the hunt. Do excuse my churlishness. I have my reasons. But let's get on with it, shall we? The hunt board it's a board. Not much more to say beyond that. It's for posting bills. They are for marks to be hunted. One bill for each merchandise. Excuse me, black-hearted villain. You will notice there are two kinds of bills. There's the regular kind for regular wares, pardon me, regular black cards, and an elite mark bill for something a bit more special, stronger, more murderous, and so forth. But before you take one of these on, you may want to consult a hunter scholar. It's a veteran of the hunt who knows the Ramadale Codex by heart. The rest is straightforward. Kill the mark and claim your reward in allied seals. These I will accept in exchange for exclusive orders. Do note that I will not only deal in seals. I am also the resident expert in the hunt, and would be well for you to remember who to come crying to. I do hope you will not disappoint. After all that, this is for coin and country. Well, that's more than enough of that. I thank you very much. Alright, so we've got the hunt unlocked. Let's go into the barracks. So the barracks does have a couple of different things. It looks different depending on which company you're with, but they will all have an armoire and a grammar adjuster for us. Welcome to the Squadron Barracks, Commander. I've been fully debriefed on this new initiative and stand ready to answer any questions you might have. First and foremost, however, we'll need to increase the number of squadron members. We have 3 recruits at present, but our squadron won't be ready to deploy until we have at least 4. Your own deeds and adventure should serve to attract new recruits. All you need to do is choose from the hopefuls who submit their enlistment papers. By completing categories in your challenge log, you will occasionally attract new recruits to your squadron. You decide which recruits you wish to add to your squadron after visiting the barracks and reading the enlistment papers. You can also check if recruits are available by opening the timers interface under the duty in the main menu. Visit the barracks and read the enlistment papers to decide which recruits you wish to add to your squadron. So let's see if we have anybody. Nope, we don't have anybody right now. We have to basically do stuff in order to unlock another person. But once we do that, we can actually send our people out and do stuff and have fun and become a captain. Alright, so we need to go now to the airship landing. And let's talk to this dude. Lieutenant Hayman, come to join the fight, have we? Very good, indeed. Okay, we've got an ad starting in 40 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and snooze that. This unlocks our front line. Yeah. We'll be able to glamour them. Well, so this is the adventurer squadrons. We actually can glamour them, for sure. And trusts, you can glamour trusts as well, but those were not introduced until Shadowbringers. So this unlocks Portal and Flats for us, and the frontline roulette. Now, before we proceed, I must warn you, this isn't going to be like some jaunt in the Wolves' Den. You'll be pitted against wave after wave of fellow Alliance members in battle. They won't care one whit that you're a warrior of light. This campaign will be long and brutal, and victory is won today and may be undone tomorrow. Consider the portal in ruins. We need only seize control of each ruin in the region, right? Wrong. Defense is paramount as well. For our rivals, we must have forces to challenge our claims. It is for that reason we have established an airship route direct to the front line. Those who are ready and willing to fight will never want for transportation. Ah, but that look on your face bespeaks confusion. Are we at war or not? What is this bollocks about no killing? What in the seven hells is going on? That's what you're thinking, yes? It's less war and more organized violence to resolve a territorial dispute. And yes, it is to be civilized violence. Killing Alliance members is strictly prohibited, though accidents have been known to happen, mind you. But you, of all people, have nothing to fear. You've escaped certain death more times than I can count. What are the odds you failed to do this do so this time, eh? And we have a front line. Okay, and we need to go back down to there. Alright, let's see. So, Way of the Samurai, that's a job quest. We're not going to worry about that. Viper, we're not going to worry about that right now. It could happen to you. That unlocks Gold Saucer. Corpse Groom, that unlocks a dungeon, which we will definitely be running. Killer Instinct. I don't quite remember what that unlocks. Before we do that, let's check and see what we have left to do in so Pyrea. We'll talk to him in a minute. What do you unlock? Ah, that unlocks Reaper. That's an Endwalker job. I do believe I need to be a... Yep, I need to be a hand for this one. So this right here lets us unlock Desynthesis, which we will need a lot. For 12's sake, what living am I to make without wares to sell? She promised a shipment would be here by now. Ah, you there. You're an adventurer, are you not? I'd ask you for your help tracking a shipment of goods sorely behind schedule. I know what you're thinking, but considering the client, this request is certain to benefit you as well. If you're up to the task, I would have you speak with Nestingaran at the bonfire in central Thanalan. The shipment to be so late, I can only imagine some new information that Unimix fellow has her preoccupied. Alright, we will definitely do that. Taking the red, that unlocks Red Mage. Blue collar work, that is Blue Mage. It is a Blue Mage quest. We're not going to worry about that. Let's see, I don't think we've got anything up here to worry about. And that is affirmative. We have nothing to worry about with that one. So let's go back to Steps Annulled. And let's go ahead and pick up we will also be holding off on doing Hildebrand. We'll do it all kind of in one batch for one stream, which I think will make it better. Um, and we are back. So this dude will get us gold saucer for the Gamba. Do be careful with those. Break anything, and I shall be forced to deduct it from your salary. Beg pardon. What is my loyal manservant carrying? Why, a not so small fortune in prizes, ably won by yours truly at the Gold Saucer. You have heard of the Gold Saucer? Nay? You gouts woman, you might at least try to keep up with the times. Selling the Sultan's newest and finest place of entertainments. Thrilled to the sight of majestic bird roaring down the straits of the Chocobo bases. Pit your wits against your peers at the Triple Triad tables. At the Gold Saucer, one can do all this and more. And if you know what you're about, you'll walk out wealthier woman than you entered. There's a better place to shake off one's cares after a grueling day of promenading. A grueling day of promenading. This dude is way too rich for his own good. I've never heard of it. Did I mention the prizes? Ah, but I dare say you'd rather discover them for yourself. Yes, I wager you're wondering just how, in Saul's good name, you can experience the wonders of the Gold Saucer firsthand. Am I right, or am I right? Ha, I thought as much. Well, since this has been my lucky day, I don't see why it shouldn't be yours too. I just so happen to have a spare golden airship ticket, you see? Consider it a gift from me to you, milady. Ha. Just show that ticket to the fine lady over at the landing, and you'll have a seat on the next airship bound for the revelry and riches. Be carefully warned, though you may expect no mercy from me should our paths cross at the Triple Triad tables. Nay, not so much as an ounce. Ha ha. Triple Triad, you say? So we'll do that after we complete the theme. So we'll do that after we finish coils. That's Viper, that's Samurai. Okay, we will go ahead and pick up Corkscrew, so we have at least it on our person. This is our prerequisite that I'm going to force on myself for story reasons before we do a POTD run for 1 through 50. Because this story of this one leads into the story of the 1 through 50 for POTD. Wow! Huh? Why, you're Zelda Hime, the famous adventurer. Thank the gods for bringing you here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peo Rayo, one of many faceless adventurers struggling to make their way in Eorzea. Forgive me if I sound bitter. I don't begrudge you your renown. Your superiority as an adventurer was obvious to me long before you became a household name. Our paths crossed near Sestasha, you see. Remember the group of 4 when we did Sestasha? He was the Lalafell in the group. His superiority... Hard to believe we moved in similar circles back then. Speaking of which, do you perchance remember having met a conjurer named Edda about that time? Yeah. We used to adventure together, she and I, and 2 others. Our little group didn't last very long. Though, things fell to pieces when Adair, our leader, and Edda's fiance, met his end in the Tom Tower Decroft. Harsh words were exchanged, and we all went our separate ways. Since then, I've been getting by on my own. Truth be told, I hadn't planned on seeing any of my former comrades again, and then this letter arrived from Edda, containing an invitation to her wedding. What? Now I know what you're thinking. I should be happy for her, and I was, till I noticed the name on her groom to be the name of her groom to be was none other than a fair. What's more, the venue for the ceremony is to be the Tom Tower Deepcroft, the very place the poor fellow died. Something isn't right, I tell you. Yeah, this is not good. Now, in the letter, Edda wrote that Livienne, that is the fourth member of our group, had already agreed to attend. They chanced to meet each other recently, from what I could gather. Not knowing what to make of it, I thought it wise to consult Livienne about the whole strange affair before replying. The last I heard, she joined the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, and I didn't have the first idea of how to go about tracking her down. Not until the greatest scion of them all appeared, that is. Could you tell me where I might find her? In the lich shard of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. I'm sorry, I don't. Slain in an imperial rage, you say? By the 12, I had no idea. When did this happen? Well, the Black Wolf still lived. Then how can it be that Livienne met Edda recently? Gods, I don't know what to believe. Ghosts. Ghosts are pale. Ghosts. If it isn't too much to ask, I would be most grateful if you show me Livienne's grave. We can always see eye to eye, but she had a good heart, and if she's truly, well, I need to pay my respects. Please meet me in the lich shard. Okay. We'll go to the lich shard. Alright, I do believe that is all the ones we're going to pick up. So first of all, let us go take care of the quick profession. Oh, that's the bonfire. We need to go to Black Brush. And let's go, because this one will be a quick one to do. This will allow us to start desynthesizing. Woohoo! Alright, let's talk to Nesting Hair on here. What is this about a shipment? Oh yes, of course. The package is prepared and ready to be shipped. I meant to handle it sooner, but I've become engrossed in the study of desynthesis. I'll be sure to send word of your visit along with his wares. You've not heard of desynthesis? I suppose you would have to visit the bonfire quite often to keep pace with Munimix's myriad findings. Allow me to explain. Desynthesis is a new technique developed by Mutamix to break down weapons and armor into their constituent parts. In short, it allows the retrieval of those materials originally used to craft an item. On occasion, the process will also yield a particular crystallized mass. There is still much research to be done, but we do believe the mass is formed from residual spirit bond energies infused into the equipment by hands that crafted them. Because the process is similar to the creation of materia, we've come to call these crystals demi-materia, which will be useful for getting decent books, demi-materia books, and working on our crafting relic. Just imagine the applications: fortifying weapons, creating new armor. The possibilities are limitless. It may also be worth mentioning that while some of the demi-materia byproducts seemed unfit for reuse, their radiance is not unlike the rubies and sapphires one might find for sale in Ul'dah. I imagine they would fetch a fair price if you were to show them to the right buyer. But if you're truly interested in learning more of bee synthesis, I can think of no better way than trying it yourself. Perhaps the next time we meet, you can tell me of your own findings. And there we go. We have unlocked bee synthesis, which will be quite useful. And let us get back to being a paladin. So, while we are out and about, let's go over to Thanlin and finish unlocking the dungeon. So we have it ready to go. There's Livian's grave. Poor Livian. She will be missed. The tombstone has been knocked over the earth before it disturbed. Who the hell desecrates a grave? Oh my god. Bastards. So this is where poor Livian now lies. What's the meaning of this? Not only is her grave defiled, her body is gone. Who could have done this? Oh no, could have been Etta? The more I think about it, the more it makes, well, I was gonna say sense, but gods. I will try to explain. To the rest of us, our little party of four was but a means to riches and glory. Such things as adventurers seek. But to Etta, it was her life. She blamed herself for Avera's death, and to our shame, we agreed with her, though we knew full well that we were all to blame. And then we left her where she stood with her fiancé's head for company. Heck, how could we have been so heartless? Small wonder if the poor girl has been driven from her wits. But what is done. All we can do is admit our mistakes and make amends as best we can. Avera is gone, and so is Livian, but Edmund refused to accept it. She won't let go of the past. I know not what she means to do in Tamtara, but it can lead to no good end. I will attend this wedding and try to restore her to her senses. Yeah, I don't think that'll work out well for you, buddy. I would be so much reassured if you would accompany me, Zelda. As Avera once did, so too does Etta look up to you. She may not listen to me, but she may yet heed the words of someone she admires. Failing that... No, it doesn't bear thinking about. If we hurry, it need not come to that. Please meet me at the Tamtara Deepcroft. Together we will put an end to whatever madness Etta is planning. Alright, let's go talk to the dude. Central Shroud. Yay. Yay! Spooky time! Magitech armor. Humor. A Lalafell and Thaumaturge. Just so happens a fellow like that went into the Deepcroft not a minute ago. There's a young lady with him, dressed head to toe in white. The lass was all smiles and giggles, like a maiden on her wedding day, but your friend looks stiff as a board. Can't say I blame him, though. Crypts do strange things to the best of us. You mean to head inside as well, do you? Well, take care you don't wake the dead, eh? Okay, we got Tom Tar Daycraft Hard. We'll have to complete it in order to get to finish that quest. But we need to go back to Olda so we can ride the airship and unlock the gold saucer. Alright, back to the airship. Back to the airship landing. Let's go unlock Gamba. But we will do so after the ad. See you in a minute. And we're back. Let's talk to Elnora so we can go Gamba. This is the reception desk for flights bound to the Vanderbilt Gold Saucer. Before proceeding, I must ask you to submit your ticket for inspection. You do have a ticket, yes? Yeah. It appears that everything is in order, and the ship will be departing shortly for the next bell. Shall I reserve a seat for you? Yes. We want to Gamba. MGP is life. There it is, chat. The place where dreams are made of. We won't linger here too long, but we will be here long enough to get all of the games unlocked. And we'll do a mini capped pot, and we will get some numbers for the jumbo capped pot for next week. Now, the jumbo capped pot is done on Saturdays at 7 p.m. Pacific time, currently. Check your time for your time zone for when it shows up in yours, but for me it is 7 p.m. on Saturday, but it's always going to be on Saturday. have it unlocked. Yes, Gamba. Alright, before we do anything, and I do mean anything, we are going to get the big crystal so we can teleport back here. We also will be getting all of the Ethernet crystals. That way we can quick teleport around as we're doing the quests. Okay, got that unlocked. And let's go right lift down to Chocobo Square. We will go. This is where we will be picking up the ability to do Chocobo racing. And the other side is Minion Square, where we can be Lord of the Minion. Actually, I like Lord of the Minion. I usually do the, so if we look at the tables, we've got the Minion challenges. There's 24 of them. They're kind of like a mini game of sorts, or like a puzzle game of sorts. Rock, paper, scissors. On my main, I have only one more to do. I still haven't beaten that, but once you do, you get a Twintania minion, which will be fun. Okay, Minion Square. Now let us go back to the entrance. A lot of these we'll be picking up as we go through the intro quest line that we'll do, which is back here, World of Wonders. But we're going to go ahead and unlock all of these. Just so that we can get around a little bit easier. Gotten the green section done. Okay, that's square. We go upstairs for the next one in this section. Okay. Next section, yellow section. I believe this will be all of them once we get these unlocked. This is where you do the fashion report. We will unlock that pretty soon. Dasher and a port is fun. I love dashing. Looks like both of these I think are upstairs. This is where we play Mahjong. Other one is the Catpot board. I believe that's all of them. Yep, we've gotten them all. So let us go back to the entrance and get introduced to this place. We will get some gold saucer tickets, which will give us a little bit of Gamba currency, MGP. Welcome, honored guests, to the Mandeville Gold Saucer, where your wildest dreams are ever but a card or a chocobo's big away from coming true. If this is your first visit, nothing would please us more than to give you a full tour of our establishment, so you might enjoy its wonders to the fullest. At the conclusion of the tour, it's our custom to offer our esteemed patrons a complimentary gift stripped from the vaults of our illustrious proprietor himself. Consider it Lord Mandeville's way of personally thanking you for your patronage. Should you wish to take the tour, pray proceed to the main counter over there and speak with the receptionist. On behalf of the management, may I take this opportunity to thank you for choosing the Gold Saucer. Rest assured, my colleagues and I will spare no effort in seeing that your visit is a pleasant and profitable one. May fortune smile upon you. Yeah, give me that million MGP for Jumbo Catbot and I'll believe you. Let's talk to the cat boy. Welcome, traveler, to the Gold Saucer. This is the main counter where you can purchase tickets for the mini cat bar, acquire and redeem Mandeville Gold Saucer points, and much, much more. But what in the world are Mandeville Gold Saucer points, I hear you cry? A most astute question, and one which I shall only be too happy to answer. First, if I may direct your gaze to your left. Beyond those majestic gates, you'll find a Chocobo Square, home to the Chocobo Racing Circuit. What Chocobo owner has not dreamed of putting their fleetest bird against the realm's finest in pulse-quickening dash for fame and fortune? Truly, it is a sort of sultans. And should you desire a more elaborate contest of strategy, you will certainly find it in Minion Square, at the Lord of Verminion tables, where would-be generals pit armies of minions against one another in battles for honor and glory. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, Vanderbilt Gold Saucer Points, put simply MGP, as we call it for short, is the currency by which dreams are bought and sold within these halls. But my associate here beside me can tell you more, including how to go about acquiring some MGP of your very own. Pray speak with him to continue your tour. Alright, let's talk to him. So you're about to experience the wonders of the Gold Saucer for the first time. How I envy you. But before you venture forth, you would want to exchange a share of your guild for MGP, a service which is my great honor to provide. With MGP in your coin purse, you are able to enjoy all of the fabulous attractions we have to offer, and all the wonderful games. If you play them with skill, you'll find your little stack of points increasing 10, 20, even 100-fold. Now, do you know the fundamentals? You are ready to step out onto the floor of the Gold Saucer. Your turn will continue at Card Square to the southeast. The card trader there will be your guide. I would be, of course, happy to exchange some of your guild for MGP before you venture on. When my associates and I have strived to leave nothing unexplained, there's surely no substitute for first-hand experience. And I highly recommend trying your hand at our many amusements for yourself. We'll do that later. Go talk to this dude over here. Or this lady. Well, aren't you the sweetest thing? Welcome to College Square. Home of the Triple Triad tables. What's Triple Triad, you ask? Oh, it's the best minigame ever devised by Square. FF8 for life. What's Triple Triad, you ask? Oh, the mind-bending, pulse-pounding, madly Moorish card game that's taken the realm by storm. But don't take my word for it. Behold. Can you not feel the tension in the air? Form a hand of 5 cards and play the role of a field general, sending your bravest into battle. Should you wish to learn the rules and experience the excitement for yourself, you need only ask. Start today, and we'll even throw in some complimentary cards to help you on your way. You can face off against a single opponent at any time. Or if you crave an even greater test of your skills, take part in one of our regular tourneys, and believe me when I tell you, there's no feeling quite like standing triumphant on the battlefield after vanquishing all comers. You really should try it. A minute to learn, a lifetime to master. That's Triple Triad. Ah, but I'm getting carried away. You have a tour to finish. Motor Square is your next destination. Not that there's any hurry, of course. If you'd like to play a hand or two before you go, you need but say the word. Oh, believe me, we'll be spending a lot of time, both on and off camera, mostly off, playing a Triple Triad. So don't you worry there, Missy. Don't you worry. It's down. You look lost, honey. Why don't I show you around? It'll be nice to talk to a woman for a change. Feast your eyes on Wonder Square, from gripping games and awe-inspiring attractions to the finest in fine dining and the freshest of refreshments. There's no end to the wonders housed within these walls. And let's not forget the most wondrous of them all, El Colosso. As we lovingly call our mammoth cactuar mascot, is the star of some of our most popular events. That's why I stay safe, you won't want to miss them. Now, I know what you're thinking. With everything going on at the Gold Saucer, how can I ever hope to keep up? But you needn't worry. My fellow gatekeepers and I will always be on hand to see that you don't miss a thing. For the continuation of your tour, I've been instructed to direct you to the waiting hours of my colleagues. Valedia at the Catpot board. She is one of our most popular girls, and once you meet her, I'm sure you'll understand why. Well, that's all for now. Okay, got an ad. Coming in 30 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and tell you to the Catpot board. Which will do the main, right? Catpot board. And we are back from the edge. Let's talk to Valentina for you. Ah, there you are, my darling. I've been waiting for you. I'm Valeria, and I'd like to personally welcome you to Event Square. The most spacious of all the areas of the Gold Saucer. Event Square is a veritable cornucopia of pleasure and delight. Doubtless the sizable stage in the middle of the square is caught your eye. That is the scene of some of our most sensational attractions, so don't be shy about taking center stage. And after the curtain is fallen, why not changing your life forever at the Jumbo Cake Park? All you need for is a handful of MGP and a head full of dreams. Just choose 4 numbers and cast your hopes to the heavens. You never know when Naimia will smile upon you. Yeah, she hasn't smiled on me yet. I've only managed to get, since I've been playing this game, highest I think was 3rd prize I think I got. But a lot of consolation prizes and a few 4th prizes. So, I haven't gotten lucky. Namiya hasn't seen fit to bless me yet. Not as much as I've enjoyed getting to know you, I'm afraid it's time for us to part. The next and final leg of your tour takes you to Round Square. Don't think too hard about the name, my darling. I'm not even sure it's supposed to make sense. And Round Square. Looks like that as a gate. Which one is this one? Leap of Faith. Not quite yet. Not quite ready to do Leap of Faith. Are you the first time visitor I was told to expect? 1,000 welcomes to you, the Gold Saucer. 1,000 welcomes to Round Square. How could a square be round, you ask? I'm not sure I understand the question. Moving on to more important matters. Is that lofty peak and not a sight to behold? That is Mount Coral, the main attraction here in Ground Square. One of the most thrilling events pits our customers against each other in a challenge to see who can most swiftly scale its heights. I tell you, the view from the summit is a sight to behold. And so Mount Coral is the site for Cliffhanger, and in this area is also the site for Leap of Faith, which is a jumping puzzle attraction. That concludes your tour of the Gold Saucer. While I'm sure you're eager to start enjoying yourself, but do not forget to return to the main counter and claim your complimentary gift. We'll do that. Let's go get our MGP. We need to have the MGP before we do anything else. Well, back on a guest. I trust you've come away from the tour with a greater appreciation of all the Gold Saucer has to offer. As a token of our appreciation for your patronage, it's my great pleasure to offer you a complimentary gift from the personal vaults of our esteemed proprietor. Well, knock me down with a chocobo's tail feather. Is that a new customer I see? Ha ha! I would hardly have picked a better time to drop in for an impromptu inspection. Look at this dude. Master Roland. Yes, this lady here was just a moment completed her introductory tour. Is that so? Well then, allow me to personally welcome you to the Gold Saucer. I am Roland, good madam, the fellow entrusted with overseeing the daily affairs of this fine establishment. On behalf of our esteemed proprietor, a great man if I ever was one. You are an adventurer, yes? Ah, your address and bearing told me as much. I dare say, then, that on your travels you have seen firsthand the difficulties which yet plague our nation. Witness the struggle of Alamigo's displaced masses and those whose homes are consumed by the fires of the calamity. The Sultanate is not unsympathetic to their plight, of course, and yet how can one begin to provide succor to such countless multitudes? One man had an answer. Albert Mandeville had a dream of a house of untold wonders that would provide stable employment and lodgings to the displaced, mirth and merriment to the disconsolate, and prosperity and plenty to the Sultanate at large. To many of our patrons, the Gold Saucer is merely Aorteus first, foremost entertainment venue, a place to forget about their cares for the day. To me, it is one of the founding stones upon which our realm will be built, a miracle wrought by the hand of the greatest man I have ever known. The most eccentric man you've ever known. Something tells me you will understand that which I have told you. That you perchance share a similar dream. But I shall keep you no longer. The Gold Saucer and all its wonders await you, friend. Pray, enjoy them to your heart's content. Till we meet again, may the spinner pool be ever constant. And we get 5 Gold Saucer tickets. Now, if I recall, I believe... Okay, so this gives us a free play. So we will need to get some MGP. And we will so 1 MGP equals 10. So we will do 5,000 or 500. There we go. We have some MGP to spend. So now let's go ahead and start unlocking stuff. Now, she's got a quest over her head, but she's also a secret. She's a secret triple triad player. She will not have a marker over her head. We'll see those when we unlock triple triad, but she's kind of a secret. You wouldn't know until you actually clicked on it. But she's going to give us Passion Profession and Mahjong. I just precisely as I was told to receive such a dreadful score, not to mention the humiliating criticism. You wish to know what's bothering me? That is well, for I wish to unburden myself. I've been having a frustrating time with the fashion report, the challenge they recently introduced. Yes, I, who can play any game here blindfolded and spun around, struggle with it. To be fair to myself, though, it has a subjective element. If you have a mind for fashion, perhaps you would ask to try your hand at the challenge. Go to Wonder Square and seek out Master Rose, but be warned, the barbs on that man's tongue have barbs on their tongues. So this is relatively simple to do. If you go to the Discord, Discord in the chat, we have a section for the fashion report. Every week, Kyako Rose Discord puts out a wonderful infographic, and we subscribe to it, and it'll show up there. Fashion report begins on Friday, and will run through and you can do it until the following Friday. And we will unlock Mahjong. How dare they claim it wasn't a proper Yaku? Don't they know it's winning hand when they see one? Yes, what do you want? But you found me in a rather foul mood. I've run a poor luck with that new game Mahjong. There's all the rage in Doma, though it seems the Gold Saucer's clientele struggle to wrap their feeble minds around its intricacies. And the endless supply of shameless cheats and bumbling novices have yet to find a decent opponent. Perhaps you could provide me with more of a challenge? Guess some fresh meat would be just what I need. Get along to the Manderville tables and get yourself acquainted with the basics, would you? Alright. Let's unlock a mini cactus. Welcome, welcome, fair traveler. Care to test your luck on the mini cat with a mini catpot ticket? Yes. Splendidness. Now let me explain. Mini catpot is a game of chance. Yeah, it's a scratch ticket. Available to you thrice every day. Playing is simplicity itself. Just guess the value of the covered numbers to win it big. If Nemia's grace is with you, you'll be rewarded with Manderville gold tussle points galore. Alright, so miss, do you feel lucky? And we can purchase 3 tickets per day. And they unlock at currently 8 a.m. Earth time. This will change depending on whether you have daylight savings. If you're in a country that doesn't do daylight savings, won't matter. But for me, because I live in the United States, when we move from standard to daylight savings, this will go forward or backward in an hour. Each mini cat park ticket has 9 slots. Yep. I'll explain it. Yep. We'll get some vouchers, which will give us some more MGP. We definitely want to use those. And let's go ahead and purchase one. Alright, so we have 600. This ticket will cost us 10. So, mini cat box rules are simple. First, you select 3 numbers from the 8 hidden on your ticket. Next, you select one of 8 lines, vertical, horizontal, or diagonal. So, you see, now there is a calculator that exists that will be included in the tool section of the Discord when I have a chance. But it pretty much, it'll kind of help you with this. But generally, if you do it in a Y, you can kind of get a vague understanding. But there's a couple of ones that you specifically want to be looking out for. One is to get the 10,000, and the other is to get the 3,600. So 1, 2, and 3 will get you a 6, which will earn you the best reward. 7, 8, 9 gets you the second place reward. So we've got a 4 here. So one of the ways people like to do this is to kind of do a Y pattern. So we've got a 2 there, a 5 there, a 1. Once you've selected a line, all those numbers are uncovered with the sum of the 3 in the line you choose remaining. The 3 in the line you choose determining your MGP payout. It's that easy. So we've got a 1 and a 2 in line here. So if this is a 3, we are extremely lucky. And we were not lucky. But we get 252 MGP, which is not too terrible. Thank you for your patronage. Another 10, yep. And you will never lose MGP. So we'll do this again. We've got a 7, a 1, and a 2. Go ahead. Oh. 108. Alright, we got a 2 there. 7, a 5, and a 1. 8. Oh well. So much for getting a first place on our first time. But we've gotten all of our stuff, so let's go ahead and move down to unlock the triple triad. Triple Triad is taking ARZ by storm. Care to try your hand into some prancing new card games? Yes. And so another challenger is born. Welcome to the world of Triple Triad, where you pit your cards against an opponent's in a sense of battle of skill, strategy, and the odd dose of luck. Here at the Vanderbilt Gold Sauce, we're in place to present all new players the cards they need to get started. To play a match, however, you'll first need to build a deck composed of 5 cards from your registered card list. Oh, and I suggest meeting with the nearby Triple Triad trader should you wish to expand your card collection. Uh-huh. 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 And we will get a Dodo, Sabatender, Bomb, Mandragora, and Coral cards. There we go. So we do have a basic set of cards. They're nothing really worth it. But now that we have it, we can start challenging. So I'll go ahead and put together a deck, and then we'll play them when we get back. Triple decker 1. And we now got all of our triple triad. Alright, we are back. So we made a really quick deck with what we got. Now, I usually like to have a main deck and a deck that is for reverse rules. Reverse is basically the lower the number wins. Generally, the better number wins. A being the highest, 1 being the lowest. But on reverse rules that flips, so lower numbers beat bigger numbers. So I usually have 2 decks, but this is what we got so far, so let's talk to him. Ready for a match, are you? Wonderful! I'm glad I must deduct a number of MGPS per triple triad regulations. Rest assured that victory shall win you back those points and more. Now it's my distinct pleasure to introduce you to the game that is sweeping around. And we'll be able to challenge him. And we'll get a card that's not on the list. And if we win, we will get 10 MGP. Match fee is 5. And we'll do our main deck. And this is open rules. So that is going to go first. So, Triple Triad plays a card by a 3x3 grid. The player first attack versus side at random. A variety of rules exist that change how the game is played, but let's start you off with an easy one. All open. This rule allows you to see all of your opponent's cards. I'll go first this time and show you how it's done. I also extend the turn limit so that plenty of time to think. That's your turn. So we play this Chocobo. So we've got a 1, a 3, a 2. So we are going go ahead and play. This is kind of our strongest play right now. You see my charge gauge means you've captured the card. During your turn, even if you play a card with a smaller number, it will result in that card being captured. So he flipped his own back. Trying to capture and control more cards than your opponent. The match will end when all spaces on the grid have been filled. Okay, so we can flip them into Bora. He's going to play that there. Yep, let's play that there. That'll keep us ahead. He's got a 2 on that. 7, 4. So we can't flip any of his. Well, we could flip this one. And we're still safe, so we get that. And we win. And we got the triple team achievements. We won 10 MGP. We are not going to do that. I'll play triple triad in my own time, collecting cards and such. But we unlocked Battle Hall. Let's talk to this dude over here. Enjoying your forays into the competitive world of Triple Triad. Should you feel unfulfilled in your desire for card-based conflict, then allow me to introduce you to our all-new short tournament selections. The first of these trimmed-down tourneys is the Open Tournament, held on regular schedule. This 8-person competition is designed for fair and balanced play. You don't even need to have your own cards to enter. Each player builds a 5-card deck from random selection of cards. It's a draft, and participates in 3 matches. The winners and the rewards are based on the overall results of these games. So, yep, we will unlock the Open Tournaments. Be your taste for open or exclusive competition, either of these short-style tournaments will provide a rich battlefield upon which you direct your triple triad prowess. And we've got that. And he's good. He doesn't have any open tournaments right now. Alright. So we got that. We'll do those in a bit. Okay, and then let's go and unlock Catpot. The Jumbo Catpot. Welcome to the Jumbo Catpot, where the ARR of your dreams is only 4 digits away. Can I tempt you with a ticket, miss? It's the lottery. Yes. Excellent. Let me enlighten you as how it all works. First, you purchase a Jumbo Catpot ticket from me, and you pick your 4 lucky numbers, from 0 to 9, that tickle your fancy, and inscribe them on your ticket. After that, simply wait until we announce the winning number to see if you have any matches. Check your digits from first to last. The more matches you have, the more mana roll bolts also points you win. If all your numbers match, then ding ding ding, you hit the Catpot. You'll receive an embarrassing large number of MGP and an extravagant prize besides. And with the Jumbo Catpot, the more participants there are, the grander the prizes become. Just imagine how many MGP you'll stand to win if all your friends and allies join in the fun. When time comes to draw the winning number, look no further than the lovely Catpot cashier. She'll provide you with everything from first prize to consolation points. But last but not least, I will be here to assist you day or night if you were ever at a loss. 7 a.m. Earth time. This will change depending on time zone and whether or not you observe daylight savings. After the drawing, we'll have until the following Saturday. So, you have, now there is a rub here. So while I can cash in anytime before the next drawing, if you turn in your ticket right at the beginning, you get a slight bonus to your MGP. But we won't worry about that bonus because we will just redeem our tickets when we next stream. And we get some vouchers. So let's use those. And have a little bit of extras. Make sure that we are seeing in GP. Okay, we got 1,300, almost 1,400 in GP. And let's go ahead and purchase our tickets. Now that's all that's left to select a 4-digit number. The winning number will be selected at a later date. If the last digit of your number matches the winning number, you'll win 4th place. If 2 match, 3rd. If the last 3 match, you win 2nd. And if all your numbers match, you take home the grand prize. Alright, so we can either input numbers manually or we can do a random. I am going to do random because I don't want to think about it. So we'll purchase that for 100. The next one will cost us 150. And our last one is 200. So 100, 150, 200. And there. Alright, now we have all of the weekly cat pots. So let's go ahead and turn in our next set of quests. First of all, for bachelors, for fashion reports. I don't know what, if anything, I can do for this week. Could get 60,000 for a for an easy 80. Have to look into what easy 100, because easy 100 gives us a title. Oh, a challenger has come to put her stylistic sensibilities to the test. Welcome to the fashion report, good madam. What? Is everything all right? Yes, everything is rosy. Rendolently so. Is that you, Rendolent Rose? Well, he is actually supposed to be Rendolent Rose from the Weavers Guild, but we're gonna let him keep his cover and give him a wink and nod that we know. Yes, everything is rosy, brindlely so. Excellent. Well, glad I'm out of hearing. Now then, I believe this is your first time participating in the fashion report. Allow me to explain the concept and the rules. Fashion is a form of self-expression that what we wear without is a reflection of who we are within. Be it a conscious effort or no, this choice brings our individuality to the fore. Some folk are drawn to the vibrant colors, others may favor a loose fit for comfort. And while it is well and good to dress one's preferences, a man cannot prefer that which he does not know. The world of fashion is vast in times and daunting, and at times daunting, but we have the courage to take a step into the unknown. We may discover wonderful new ways of self-expression we had never considered. And 'tis for no other reason than the challenge encourage folk to take that first step that I created this challenge, the Fashion Report. The rules are simple. I shall assign you a theme, based upon which you are to attire yourself to the best of your sensibilities. I shall then judge you and award you a score. Participating is free, and there's a host of fabulous prizes to be won, courtesy of Manderville and Manderville. If you wish to know the final points of the game, my lovely assistant Kasumi, well, shall attend you. Hello, good old pretty Rain. I look forward to giving you my unadulterated, brutally honest evaluation of your fashion sense. Steel yourself and let me know when you are ready to undertake the challenge. Yep. We'll get some. Yep. Cool. And there's Fashion Report unlocked. Okay. Now, let me take a look at the Discord. Let's take a look at the Discord and see what, if anything. So we need a headpiece, body piece, and a leg piece dyed rose pink for the top two and said black for the bottom, and cotton half gloves. Easy 100 is out of our reach because we need Heavensward artifact gear and Late Allegan foot gear. So we'll be able to do the easy 80 for some 60. So we need to go purchase some cotton half gloves. So we'll keep this on the other monitor, and when we're ready to come back and put a glamour together, we'll come back and do this. We won't do it right now because we have so much more to unlock. But we will be completing it. Before the stream ends. Don't worry. We'll get our 60,000 MGP. That'll give us a nice little war chest to begin our MGP things. And it's one of the best ways of doing things. One of the best ways of getting MGP in this game. That and the challenge log. Oh, I will let the ad run and I'll be right back. Going to go use the restroom. And we are back from the ad and from the bathroom break. Alright, next up is unlocking a Mahjong. This is kind of sort of like Rummy, crossed with dominoes in a sense. Listen, I'll have the money ready by next week, I swear. What? Oh, you're not a debt collector. What a pleasant surprise. In that case, you must be here to learn how to play Domo Mahjong. I'm the resident tutor at your service. Are you by any chance familiar with the game? I know my pawn from my Ron, if that's what you think. That's not the one where a loser drinks mobile bile, is it? Yeah, we don't know much. Hehehe. Uh-oh. Looks like our avatar went haywire. Let's go ahead and fix that before we move on. There we go. Much better. Much better. Somehow my VTuber software kind of glitched out a bit. That was weird. Kami forfend. Is that what passes for entertainment in Eorzea? Perhaps all those rumors about pirates and their drunken antics are true. Anyway, Mahjong is a far gentler affair. 4 players sit around a table collecting tiles and scoring points. Thankfully, you'll find there is no shortage of opponents a good tune to pit your wits. If you prefer, you can even practice against automata. They'll gloat less than their flesh and blood counterparts too. Should you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me. And may I say, I will be very interested to see how quickly you rise to the ranks here at the Gold Saucer. This is a game that is very, very rarely done. It can take you a while to get into a ranked match. So, unfortunately, while it can be fun, it tends to be something you need to have a little bit of skill and actually know how to play the game. But we'll get some experience and some skill. That's good. And we got Mahjong unlocked. Okay, that does look all like all the things we can unlock on the main floor. So let's go and take care of unlocking Chocobo Racing and Verminion. We'll do Verminion first because we don't have to leave the Gold Saucer to unlock this. Oh. No, I guess we don't need to worry about unlocking Lord of Verminion. It's just unlocked for us. But we do have to go down here to unlock Chocobo Racing. So we'll have to kind of jump around a little bit. Attack and feed trader. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and... Oh, okay. Talk to the registrar. We'll get a male or a female Chocobo Legend Chocobo registration. This will allow us to become a jockey. Yes, we want to be a jockey. Are you content to merely amble through life, shuffling forward step by step at a snail's pace? Imagine the wind in your hair as you cross the finish line atop a Chocobo. The thrill of competition and the joy of triumph. Would that not be far, far greater? Ah, but that you are here bespeaks desire already present, does it not? I think to deceive a new jockey we do receive. Alas, the jockey cannot complete without a suitable steed, a race Chocobo to be precise. Mayhap you think to nominate your own personal Chocobo. If so, strike the thought from your mind at once. Only a Chocobo trained for the task will suffice. But fear not, my friend, for it so happens that we have a surplus of fledglings in need of new companions. In fact, to any who wish to don the mantle of Chocobo jockey, the Manderville Gold Saucer will generously gift a race Chocobo. You only need to journey to Moogle's Gift Mounts in Burnt Branch Meadows, where fledgling race Chocobos receive their initial training. Make your intentions known to the trainer named Catering. She will see you matched with a suitable steed. Alright, let's go to the Shroud. South Catering? Another one for the races, eh? Welcome, welcome. Once you've made your decision, I'll prepare the registration form you need to take to the race kennel. Lest you worry, our Chocobos are all quality stock. It might not seem like much at first, being young and inexperienced, Give him a chance and win you a championship. We can apparently purchase other Chocobo Racer forms from the Feather Trader. And we are going to get a girl. So you think you can ride this Chocobo? Casting a curious glance in your direction, Katarina is poised to ask you a question. You're still here. I reckon you'd have run off by now, being eager to try your hand at the races and whatnot. Well, in case you've forgotten, I'll reiterate. You need to deliver that form to the race counter at the in the gold saucer. Only then will you be able to enter sanctioned Chocobo races. To the gold saucer. Chocobo Square. And talk to the registrar. A promising new jockey returns, bearing her fledgling Chocobo's registration form, I trust. But of course, one so keen to join the ranks of honored champions would not be so foolish as to misplace essential documentation. Our race Chocobo trainer is responsible for registering new fledglings. Present your form to her, and she will guide you through the process. And when the final bureaucratic hurdle has been surmounted, return to me, and I shall arrange your debut. Yep. Alright, talk to the trainer. Give her our... Okay, so now we'll give us a name. So we have words. So let's see. We'll do brilliant. And let's see. Brilliant. That works. Don't get attached to these. We have to. One of the things that we get an achievement for is getting a rank 9 Chocobo. That takes a little bit of breeding, and I need to do some research on how to efficiently do that. So, you know, and when we breed, we'll be going through a bunch of different Chocobos. So don't get too used to any one name. Congratulations, Brilliant Luna is now eligible to participate in sanctioned Chocobo races. However, I fear you're not quite qualified to do so yet. Pray speak with the registrar about our training course. And do you allow me... Yes, you do. So we're going to go ahead and buy some gift cards. Just so that we have some for our main Chocobo. At last, time has come for you and your race Chocobo to take the track for training, that is. Okay, let's go enter the race. Training course. Let's learn how to ride. Welcome to the training course. Here you can practice the basics of Chocobo racing. All race Chocobos will carry their rider to the end of a course. However, only a skilled jockey can guide his steed to victory. To accelerate, press and hold the move forward key. There we go. Note that your chocobo stamina will decrease more quickly when accelerating. Continue to accelerate and observe the effects. Once your chocobo stamina is completely depleted, your stamina will drop, and you will no longer be able to accelerate. If you warn chocobos push you or will become lathered and lose stamina even more quickly. To alleviate the condition, move back key to decelerate and allow your chocobo to rest. Let's go ahead and accelerate. And decelerate. Alright, and then we decelerate. Next, practice steering. Your left and right keys to steer chocobo from one side of the course to the other. To the right. And to the left. Scattered throughout the course are magic panels which bestow various effects and triggers. Trigger a magic panel, steer your chocobo towards it. Got one that's going to be straight on. The shell will gain temporary versus speed, however, the one not all panels show beneficial effects. Position moving away from panels and attempts to avoid them. In addition to magic panels, you may come across gift coffers containing grace items. And treasure coffers will be distributed in there, so return the race items needed when you are done. Here, and we got it. We got sprint shoes, and we need to use that race item. There we go. We can do it any time. Very well, and good luck. We are done. Excellent. Now you have an understanding of the fundamentals. You can begin completing your sanctioned races. Yep. And we are not winning our race. Because we have a lot more to do. But we have gotten everything that we need to do in the gold saucer. Everything is unlocked, everything is Gucci. So, and we got everything in Ulga. And let's make sure we have everything in the rest of the world. Western. Okay, greatest story I've never told. That's a puzzle. That will give us... Let's see, King Lives. That will be Thorn March. Hard. Roll of a Time. That will be Wall Eater Extreme, another Turn of the Coil, that will give us another section of Coils of Bahamut. Let's go over that direction. So this one right here is a puzzle. Doesn't give you any hints, so we'll need to use the wiki for that one. Let's go over here. Trying to unlock as much as we can in the stream, but we got an ad starting. Whoop. Welcome back. I accidentally completed this quest here. The man here, it's nothing real special. It just unlocks New Game Plus. But I'll read to you what he said. So his name was Wistful Whitebeard. Nothing like staring out to the sea to bring an old man back to his glory days. The good old times when this whole life still lay ahead of him, and the greatest adventures were yet to be. God, don't you know better than to stick up on your elders like that, young'un? You're trying to send to an early grave. Well, not early as such. But don't tell me, I can see it from that look in you. Look at you. You're an adventurer and an accomplished one at that, yes? You may not be the Greybeard, but I am reckon you've a memory or two you'd be keen on remembering. So what say you join me for a while before you return to the road? After all, sometimes reflecting on the past can be just what you need to discover the path you forge into the future. And so we unlocked New Game Plus doing that. Nothing too crazy. In here is a bunch of different things. Some extremes and the second coil. We are not... We are not quite ready to do this yet, especially the coil. We'll unlock these when we have a little bit more time when we're prepared to do them. They're not like dungeons or whatever. They're going to take a little bit of time to actually do. However, we will go ahead and do that puzzle side quest. I just need to make sure that I pull up the wiki. So I can refer to it as we go. So this one is called The Greatest Story Never Told. Quests. We are going to do other side quests. And this is a Thanalan one in Western Thanalan. And it is that one. Okay, we've got it pulled up. Cool, cool. Let's fly over there and accept it. I've got this one pulled up on my iPad. So let me go ahead and put it up on its little stand so I can refer to it without it getting in my way. Alright. So. Alright, now we're good. The realm of Eorze is filled with countless mysteries, but there's only one which valiant heart wishes to solve. Elements, wheels, pods, gibberish. They're gibberish. As a live and breathe, a warrior of light. I haven't seen your like in years, not since bloody Karchner, certainly. I see you refuse to confirm or deny my assessment. Keeping a low profile, are we? Very well, I shall speak of this to no one. By the by, my name is Valiant Heart. A pleasure to meet you, my lady. Ah, look at us. Two veterans burdened with experiences beyond the common man's ken. Let's say we should be friends, you and I. To that end, I shall share with you my reason for being here, and in so doing, deepen our bond. Tell me, have you heard of Winebod? He was an explorer somewhere now 10 years ago, but he regrettably retired and passed on not too long ago. It is said that he discovered a treasure worth 100 million gil. That's right, 100 million gil. Winebod called it the most precious secret of Lalafuto III. He was the Sultan of Beladias some 700 years ago. Just think what we might do with such a treasure. I say we, for should you aid me in my research, I would gladly share the spoils. What say you? Should you choose to undertake this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. Moreover, it may be unwise to rely on other adventurers for assistance, as their clues and objectives may differ from yours. The path to your quest may take the rewards you may take. The path your quest may take and the rewards you may receive are unknown. Yet knowing this, we will follow in the footsteps of Winebod and seek out the treasure of Lalafuto. Yes, we shall. Of course you will. Only a great fool would turn her back on phenomenal wealth and everlasting glory. Now then, to the task at hand. Upon this statue of the Silent King is written a message, left to us by Winebod himself, which I believe will lead us to the treasure. Alas, it isn't coded, and deciphering it is no small feat. See for yourself. I've only finished the first passage. What is worse, the contents are nigh unintelligible. It appears to be a riddle, but beyond what I cannot say. And so I would turn to you. And if you solve the riddles I decipher, then together we will claim the treasure of Lalafuta III. A simple arrangement, yes? Then let us begin at once. Look to the statue for the first riddle. Let's see what we got. Carved upon the statue is a series of strange characters. Next to them, written in chalk, you will find Valiant Heart's translation. Rin, flow, speed, tel, read. Fire, lightning, water, earth, ice, wind. The wheel must turn anew. Alright, so our particular one is Rin, Flow, Spatel, read. That is Florentel Spire. So we go Flow, Ren, Tel, Spire. So we need to teleport to our shroud. Let's go ahead and teleport over there. Should aspire, Exalt. There's where we're headed. And we need to talk to this guy. At long last, does the wheel turn anew? Are you the one for whom I have waited? Price at 12. Master Weinbald told me it might be years, even decades, until one came. Someone came, but I swore an oath, so I couldn't. You don't understand. This is all so exciting. But you're not here for that, or for me. You're here for the treasure, aren't you? This is Master Weinbald's journal, and it belongs to you now. No, that's not true. It was always yours. You had yet to claim it. And keep it close, fellow explorer. It is only the beginning. Alright. Now we need to go back and talk to Valiant Hearts. And now you see we have Triple Triad things out in the world. Actually, there's a little bit of extra dialogue. Instead of going back, I'll just read what he would have said from the wiki. He said, he never told us what it was, the treasure. I think he thought just knowing was enough to put us at risk. So he hid it and left us clues so only that an explorer worthy of the prize could ever hope to succeed. I call him a charlatan, but I know he spoke the truth. It's real, and you'll find it. And then you'll show it to me, won't you? Alright, and let's talk to Valiant Heart now that we have solved the first riddle. Zelda, you return. Tell me, you've solved the Wine Bond's riddle. Where did it lead you? Going to Spire. The Journal of the Explorer himself? I know it's right to trust in you. I have news to share as well, though it's not quite as uplifting. I've deciphered another passage. I find myself confronted with yet another inscrutable riddle. But I'm sure you'll have no trouble with it, given how quickly you deduced the answer to the first one. You may find my translation next to the message as before. I'm counting on you. I'm a puzzle aficionado. So let's check the message. Carved upon the statue is a series of strange characters. Next to them, written in chalk, you'll find Valiant Heart's latest translation. Itag Flo Asuda knows the truth. So depending on which one we have, we got Asuda knows the truth. We need to go to the White Wolf Gate. So we have to read it in the back, from back to front. So White Wolf Gate is where we next are going. And we need to go to Cordalia. There ish. And read at 9:13. And she'll be hiding behind some pots. Our thing, but we'll do that after the ad. And we're back, so let's go ahead and examine our little hidden marker here. Magic runes flash across your eyes, assuming familiar shapes. Seeker of treasure and truth, congratulate you and bid you welcome. Who are you, I wonder, and why have you come this far? What drives you to solve my riddles, and what do you expect to find? You must wonder what kind of man I was as well. Doubtless you heard stories, some more flattering than others. But I have rambled enough, you must be rewarded. Allow me to share you with a verse written by my favorite poets. Clandestine rendezvous leave me breathless and wanting. Obsession consumes me, a thirst for the taboo. Very, very interesting. Alright. Now I need to go back and talk to our boy. Back to Horizon. Here's Valiant Heart. A message written in magic runes. Amazing. But the content was rather disappointing. Now that I think on it, I was expecting a clue to the treasure's location. Oh, I almost forgot. I finished translating another riddle. Why don't you go and take a look? Carved upon the statue is a series of strange characters. Next to them, written in chalk, you'll find Valiant Heart's latest translation. Cherish the spinning water lullaby. The members of the Marauders Guild understand the importance of etiquette. So, what we need to do is we need to look at the ones that are in capital letters. So, P-A-N-I panic. So this is look at the capital letters and then rearrange them into a word kind of deal. Because of that, we need to go to the watermill in Hurst Mill in the North Shroud. So back to the Shroud. The watermill in the North Shroud is at 29.1 X and 19.5 Y. So 29 X. And 19.5 Y. I need to go up here to Hurst Mill. So there is our water wheel. And there is our place that we need to look. As you move closer to the light, it begins to grow dim, as if retreating from your presence. Perhaps you could reconsider your approach. So this is the actual, panic, in this case, is the actual emotes that we need to emote at it in order to get it to do. So we do /panic. Magic runes float across your eyes, assuming familiar shapes. Seeker of treasure and truth, I must congratulate you once more. Let us celebrate your latest accomplishment with another verse of my favorite poet. Perchance we meet in public. Be not a beguiler. Ply me not with honeyed words, and spare me glances alluring. So, back to Valiant Hearts. You had to do what to trigger the message? I know one but had some skill at magics, but that beggars belief. Curiosity aside, why did you continue to spout poetry? Never mind. For now, let us focus on the next riddle, which I've just finished translating. It's waiting for you, Zelda. Let's see. Carved upon the statue is a series of strange characters. Next to them, written in chalk, you'll find Valiant Heart's latest translation. If sword, dagger, then return with me a W of R. The Master of the Markets has my list. So for this, we are going to need to go to our home city, which is the city you started in, which for us is Ul'dah. And we need to talk to the Master of Markets. To the south in our Avenue Exchange. So let's talk to Cesarova. The adventurer returns, asking after a wine bard. Yes, I remember now. He requested my assistance in locating a number of items many years ago. However, his list of lacked sufficient information, and I was unable to proceed. Fortunately for you, I'm loath to dispose of any documents related to business, nor was I. Here we are. So we have pearl, fluorite, malachite choker, sunstone, earrings, ring, bracelet. To be fair, it matters not if it were more detailed. A dead man cannot pay a finder's fee after all. So, our clue was W of R. And the way this works is you add two 5-digit numbers to make a 6-digit number. Highest possible 5-digit number we can make is 9,675. This is directly from the wiki. So the maximum value for the 6-digit number is 98,765 plus 9,765 equals 197,560. This means that D equals 1. The sum of two 5-digit numbers can only be a 5-digit number or a 6-digit number starting with a 1. So D equals 1 leads to R equals 2. D plus D equals R. Nothing carried in that column. So for the sort, you can always look it up on the wiki for the specific one. But just to jump to the case, our clue is W of R. So on the wiki, we need to get a fluorite bracelet. Let's go to the jeweler. Nope. Not there either. Okay. So let's see where we can get we need a fluorite bracelet. Fluorite. Oops. It would help if I spelled Fluorite. It'd be helpful if I actually spelled it properly. And we need to buy a fluorite bracelet, but there's not available. Okay, it says it in the shop. I bet we need to go. Maybe we need to go to another shop. So let's go. Here. So this seems aesthetic. Trying to remember the shop that we're supposed to go to. There we go. Let's see if it's here. I think it is. There's our jeweler. Yeah, okay. So there's the earrings. A flawless band. If you are planning to get married in this game. We're not looking for the rings, we want the bracelets. So we want that one. Alright, and we have to equip it. So we will go ahead and do that. And then we need to go and talk to Lionheart now. I may not be the most educated man, but even I know arithmetic uses numbers, not letters. Did we? Did I do that wrong? And we're back, so we need to read the message. Carved upon the statues a series of strange characters. Sword, WR, the master monk sets my list. As you linger near the strange markings, your jewelry begins to glow uncomfortably warm. Wait and see if anything happens. Yes. Magic runes float across your eyes, assuming familiar shapes. Seeker of treasure and truth, you are clever indeed. I pray you appreciate this next verse as much as I. Ere long this torment must end. Together we must be. Renounce it all I would, but I must be more discreet. You saw something, didn't you? Tell me everything. Everything! Eh? Then he concludes a verse of poetry. Gods, why must he be so obtuse? Why can he not just tell us where it is? And I know what to do, Zelda. Finished deciphering the remaining portion of his message and just read it. Carved upon the stairs. Irrespective of the lives we lead, we are often defined by our beginnings and endings. The poet understood this, so do I, so must you. Seeker of treasure and truth, I have given you the key. The block lies before you, behind my obfuscations. It's a story, you see, but not the one we're told. So the full poem is: clandestine rendezvous leave me breathless and wanting. Obsession consumes me, a thirst for the taboo. Perchance we meet in public, but be not a beguiler. Ply me with honey words and spare me glances alluring. Ere long this torment must end, together we must be. Renounce it all I would, but we must be more discreet. So we need to combine the first letters of each sentence, and we get the word copper. So clandestine, obsession, perchance, ply, err, and renounce. And then we combine the last letters of each sentence and we get gorget. So we need to go get a copper of gorgets, which is a choker. So let's go and teleport ourselves to Zelda. And let's get a copper orchid, equip it, and we will be able to complete this long puzzle quest. Go ahead and buy a copper orchid. We will equip it. And back. And we're going to go back to the statue and our prize. And it's raining. Raining in a desert. Can you believe that? There's the last one. Examine it. As you approach the faded markings, you feel a copper organ around your neck grow warm. Magic runes flood across your eyes, assuming familiar shapes. Secret of treasure and truth that can deny you no longer. The most precious secret of Lalaputo III, priceless beyond measure, is yours. Reach within and claim your prize. A grinding sound draws your attention to a section of the statue where a small opening has appeared. Get some minis. What was that? A statue. That hole wasn't there before. You solved it, didn't you? The final riddle. You know where the treasure is. That there in your hands. That is the Sultan's secret treasure? Give it to me. Give it to me. Yep. The gods may condemn me. My people forsake me. History judged me a fool. Power and prestige, fortune and finance, all I forsake for you. My kingdom may crumble, and it goes on like this. I'm not the line. Love poetry. Is there not more than words of some lovesick buffoon to his beloved? Over and over repeats the same hackneyed phrases. His desire to renounce, to forsake, to abdicate. Abdicate the throne? Wait, could this be? Could it be that this was written by Lalaputo III? I didn't believe that the Sultan's wife had him assassinated so that she could claim the throne for herself. So that would seem the most likely explanation. His sudden disappearance remains a mystery to this day. And if these poems are to believe, Lalaputo III was madly in love with his paramour and wished to be free of his royal responsibilities. He was plotting to free the capital in secret, and may very well have succeeded. An ambitious courtier could have used his poems to gain favor with the Sultan or our enemies. On one hand, they are arguably evidence that Lalaputo III still lived. On the other hand, one could assert that the memento the meek had been murdered for his ultimate betrayal. But why did Wangon claim the treasure is worth 100 million gil? 700 years ago, he would have been right, but the nation of Beladia is no more. There's something here written in a different script. A love that will echo through the ages. Truly, there is not more precious in all creation. All those riddles, all those clues, all for this? Wine bud. Oh. Oh, we clicked too fast. All that for a love poem. All those clues, all for this. Wine bud, you thrice damn son of a whore. I can't pay off my debts with swimming poetry. And we get the achievement, the rest of the story. Alright. Map. Okay. So let's see, there's extremes and the other tier, the next tier of coils. So we will leave that for now. Oops. Central Danaland, see what we got there. Looks like we are good there. Eastern. I think we're starting to get everything that isn't something that we need to do in a batch. Science of deduction. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what this is. I don't remember. Ah, okay, that is Hildebrand, so we're not going to worry about that. We'll finish Hildebrand kind of in one stream, I think. So we'll leave that for now. Alamingo, let's see if there's anything in Southern Thanaland we need to do. So we're good there. Northern Thanaland. That will be ultimate ballads. That's ultimate weapon. That's in another extreme that we have to do. We'll kind of pick a day and do all the extremes. But okay, Thanaland is good to go. I believe we've got everything. Cursus, at least what we can unlock now. Let's double check. Gale Force Warnings, that's Garuda. Triad matches. Alright, we're good there. think the last one we need to check out is Mordona. It's quite a bit up here. Most of it is on the 7th heaven, by the way. Magic technical difficulties. So that's an easy one to get out of the way. This will give Maggie some weapons, some pew-pews. That one has been a seemingly urgent message for you. Greetings, Zelda. You've come at just the right time. A visitor is waiting for you in the workshop. A friend of Sid, it seems. Realizing your preoccupation with other matters of import, I suggested she wait at the 7th heaven until your arrival, but she refuses to leave. I fear you have a very brash client on your hands, friend. Are you ready to go inside? I fear waiting only will make her more irritable. Her, you say? It's Jessie! Final Fantasy VII reference. So you're Miss Heem, eh? Took you long enough. The name's Jessie, Deputy President of Garland Ironworks. Don't look too impressed now. I'm sure I'm nothing more than an engineer. Thanks to you filling Master Garland's head with them damn full ideas of heroism and saving the realm, there's no one else around to fill his goddamn breeches. We've been busting our collective arses on these orders from Highwind Skyways, and we're still only scraping by. The real problem is, with Master Garland gone, productivity's dropped like the knickers on a stone's throw. Strumpet. On a stone's throw strumpet. The company will be deep if something ain't done. And that's why I'm here. Sure, our machinists have made their fair share of chronometers and plasma lamps, but we need something grand, something that will have clients on their knees literally begging us to take all their sparkling gil. I want you to show me the magic armor you borrowed from our friends the Garlands. Yes, I know about your little foray into the Praetorian. You can thank Biggs and Wedge for that. I reckon there's a lot we can learn from that Reaper, and after all I have done to distract Master Garland, I say you owe us that much and more. Sure. There's Maggie. This is amazing. Do you even know what you have here? This is a cerulean engine. I've never heard anything so sweet. And the servo mechanism should be... Wait, a mammoth core? Why didn't I think of that? But it's so easy to come by. Mass production would be as easy as stealing candy from a baby, of course from a mammoth. What in the 7 hells have you done to the cannon's poor convergence modulator? Burn it out firing victory rounds up to say some family of rabid squirrels, no doubt. It's a wonder the whole unit isn't a steaming pile of molten slag. Such a waste. What in the builder's name are you looking at? You need something to fix your prying eyes on? Try the wall. Any road, I can't bear to see such a fine piece of work in such a starry state. I'll patch her up the best I can, but you need to gather the parts needed for the job. I think it's one of them adventurers you seem so keen on. Make it a number 49 Magitech converter and make a number 15 Magitech oscillator should do the trick. I want a Magitech cannon barrel, make her number 51. Can't guarantee she'll be as good as new, but at the very least she'll be in better shape than she is now, which still ain't saying much. Eyes on me, Zelda. I ain't done with you yet. That is, unless you know the whereabouts, one might stumble across a spec converter, oscillator, and cannon barrel. No? Didn't think so. There's a hint. It runs with Castrum Century. You see, Garland-made technology is what we're after, and I can't think of a better place to find some. Off with you now. Well, I guess we're going into a Castrum. I guess we're going to go into the Castrum. Alright, welcome back everybody. We did a little bit with Jesse, and now we're looking for some items for Maggie, our magic armor. Gotta take a good look around, see if we can find our crates. It could be anywhere in this big red circle. Cohort. There's our items. Here, storage space. Ah, there's one. There's one of our storage crates. Alright, we got number 49. Good thing no one can see us. I don't care we're here. Ghost chat. Here, crate. Let's see. If I was a crate, would I be Up, there you are. There's number 2. That's number 51. What is it saying in this area? There's no crates. Crates are fine. Nothing that we've had in those. have anything. Yep, there we go. Alright. And there's number 3. Alright. Back to Mordona. We good? Let's go talk to Jesse. Let me guess, you've lost. No, broken. No, traded for magical beams. The parts we needed. No. I did what you asked. Well, color me mildly impressed. I was half expecting the worst and got, well, less than the worst. Well, don't get all giddy on me now. You're still not off the hook for stealing away Master Garland. But I'll admit, I'm beginning to see why he might feel the need to latch himself onto an adventure like he might a stray pup. Alright, let me see if I can salvage this mess of a masterpiece. Jeez, Jesse, chill it. Frick out. Phew, I think that's it. Both Magitech and Photon Cannon should be functional. That said, I'm no Garland. There's no third eye hidden up under these lovely rocks, and there's a great deal I don't know about their machina. I can't guarantee the cannons won't misfire, but then again, misfire is better than no fire, eh? It was, wouldn't recommend using the weaponry in actual battle. Speaking of fire, it's high time I got back to the ironworks. Patching up those cannons has given me a few ideas. You take good care of that armor, or you'll have to answer to me, Zelda. Okay, Jesse. Have a good one. Alright, Armor's Magitech Cannon. Magitech and Photon Cannons are now operational. They can be accessed via the ped hotbar when riding a mount. However, please note that the weapons do not employ lethal force and will have no effect in combat. They be cosmetic. Let's go out of the workshop. Let's test her out. Mounts. Set armor. There we go. Boom. Fun times. Alright, so now that we've gotten that, is there anything that we need to do while we are a carpenter? Simply to die for... Inside. Yep. So this will get dyes. We'll get Claw Pink, Atom Voice, and Matana Blue. Well, if this is Zelda, just see which I was hoping to see. Do you know the blacksmith Agnolf? He's quite an accomplished craftsman. In fact, anyone who's had dealings with Rowena is sure to have come across his creations. It's always been a pleasure to have him as a regular here at the 7th Heaven, but he's been quite irritable of late, and practically drowning in his cups. Besides, I fear his recent work, or perhaps a lack thereof, may have something to do with it. This may seem a trifling matter to someone traveled as yourself, but I would mean so much to me if you would speak to him. Can't think of no one better offer him a word of or three of encouragement. Alright, let's go talk to Angle. Let's go talk to the man. Cheer him up. Can you see I'm thinking last awfully? Hello, Cindy, did she? And I suppose she just happened to mention me contract with the arena, eh? Thought she'd be satisfied with me this year. There was a time it practically flew off the shelves, building adventurers with homesteads by the bucket. But now, damn divas are a fickle lot, and apparently none of you'll be caught dead with me stuff no more. Now I've got Rowena's jumping down my throat, clamoring for something new. Something the realm ain't seen before, heretofore seen. No one expects too bloody much, I tell you. If you don't fill me contracts, I'll have thugs fitting me feet for lead boots. Boy, I pissed out bright ideas. Each dawn like I did me ale. Ultra or spurts, I know you from somewhere. You're one of them creatures that started the bloody relic armor movement way back when, ain't you? As I live and breathe. Tried as I might in holy hells did I try. Wasn't quite able to recreate the masterworks. There's something about them, a certain quality even the great Ungol weren't going to match. Suppose one never truly can rival the classics, eh? And Alice, she slides through. That's why I use this one. You wanted her to remind me of the old days when Armorcraft was about the armor and naught else. Somewhere along the way, I reckon I got caught up in the early burly and lost my way. You know, I reckon it's high time I got back to basics. Focus more on who'll be wearing me gear than the pretty tail on that Makote selling me the parts. Might be then I can come up with something that'll satisfy old Rowena. Cheers, lass. It was kind of you to stop by. And while you're there, how about I fix up your own set of relic gear? My assistant, Cuckle, here can ornament each and every piece. Of course, that's assuming you can bring them the proper parts. I ain't running a charity. Don't go forging your gear neither. So we can trade with him after attaining augmentation items. So this is how you would get before you got out of Aroma Born. This is how you would augment your Ironworks gear. We don't have to do this anymore because we can just buy it with Poetics. And we will take the coral pink because we need that for the fashion reports. And Great Divide, that's our NSQ, which we will be doing. So Lauren will unlock Amdapor Keep, or Wonders. I think this is Amdapor Keep Hard. Laurelyn looks at you with a praising eye. A wayfarer like yourself must be privy to all manner of tales, yes? So tell me, what do you know of the adventurers who purged the cultists from the ruins of Amdapor Keep? I was one of them. What? It was you who did the deed. You're just the person I've been seeking.
There's a man I would have you lend an ear to, a hero known as Ediston. He dwells in a camp tranquil from where he surveys the Twelveswood. Of late, he has sensed dark stirrings in Andorhearkeep, and we speak with one who has braved the ruins already. But I shall put no more words in Brother Addison's mouth. Pray attend him in this now shroud. If you give him my name as proof of your intent, he will not withhold a single detail of what he has observed. Alright. Talk to Brozon, King of the Hull. This will be Hullbreaker Isle. You're Zelda Hime, by the Onion. I was hoping that you'd come by. I've got a message from an old friend of mine. He needs your help for an important task, he says. It's highly confidential business, so I can't give you his name. Let's just say he's well done in Limsa. Odds are you'll recognize him. At any rate, I'm not at liberty to divulge anymore. If you have mind to take on the task, head over to Limsa and seek out a bloke named Denston. That's not my friend, mind you, but one of his men. It's definitely pirates. This is Sistasha Hard. We're not going to be doing these. We're just going to be getting the quest for them so we can kind of do them all in a batch. And we got an ad. And we are back. By the Onion, you're Zelda. You couldn't have come at a better time. A friend of mine said more that he needs a capable venture, you see. And I naturally thought of you. Who's this friend, you ask? Why, none other than Commander Raynor of the Yellow Jackets. He and I met back when I first started out as a culinarian, and we've been friends ever since. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you pay him a visit and inquire as to what he needs doing. You'll find him in the Coral Tower with his Yellow Jackets. And not easy being green. This is Wanderer's Palace Hard. Good day to you, my wayfaring friend. So you wouldn't happen to be the woman who slew the Tomberry King, would you? Yep. I knew it. By the Onion. I have a fine gent for you. Looking for you, that is. He has an appetizing proposal on the table, and I think you should pay him a visit. He's one of the treasure hunters at Camp Bronze Lake. Oh, and he will, of course, be there with his partner. Two are inseparable, but I'll let them tell you more themselves. I'll off to Lenosha with you. Hubert. Second Temple of Carnhard. Ah, there's an industrious ant, an adventurer in need of a bit of business. If I'm not mistaken, the anthill you want is Amajuna's son's mineral concern. Nothing kicked it over good. Somebody's kicked it over good. They put out the word for adventurers. Have skill. We'll move fast. That sort of thing. Perfect for you, I'll warn. Client, a bit of handful of might aggressive, but nothing you can't handle. The twins. You find them at the Miners Guild. Talk to Cesarup. He's the milder of the two. And Falsey. Stone Vigil Hard. This one is the bane of people's existence, especially boss number 2. I seek a certain adventurer for cause most just. Are you not Zelda? Ha! Thought you had the right aspect. 'Tis you who played the thief in the night at the stone vigil. The dragons guard their keep jealously. It is said that you have slipped unseen into the cloudy fortress. It will not be their keep for much longer, however. The forces of Ishgard are vast by the sea of clouds. Now this is for yours only, but the blockade is but a prelude to an attack. Lord Trillamont seeks to lead, commands the siege, and he would have your counsel. I'm but one of many who seek you at his behest. You must be a woman of rare quality. The proud knights of Durandare are not accustomed to taking, let alone seeking outside help. Ishgard is the cradle air I breathe, and I yearn to see the stone vigil reclaimed from the Dravanian horde. Will you not go to Whiteburn Front and aid Lord Trillamont? Okay, we have emptied out that. And we're going to hide that. Going to hide Braced Brewer's Beacon. Blood from Stone. Let me go to Carapace. Mind you, once again, we are not going to do these tonight. We are just unlocking them. We'll kind of do all of the optional dungeons all kind of in a batch. Zelda Hime, you have come to lend us your strength? Our strength there is in your debt. You will rejoice with us to know that the battle for the Stone Vigil has finally begun. The first wave has already breached the outer defenses and entered the keep. As depraved a foe as the Dravanians are, they have certain cunning. The place teems with unbelievers who gladly embrace death merely to deny us a form of advance. We came to slay dogs and are bled by nits. There are graver matters still. After our first wave stormed the keep, the enemy sealed the breach behind them. The vigil headgate is now a welter of molten iron and stone, sharp as the head of an axe. Can no longer send reinforcements by land. The danger is great, but we must go by air. I shall lead the second wave, and would have you join our strength, your strength to ours. Sir Nathalin awaits you near the Stone Vigil itself. I shall join you as soon as I have seen to the airships. Wookie. Up we go. Hail, Zelda. Lord Gillamont sent word. The airship will not be long in coming, and then we charge. All white in front knows your name, Zelda Hime. We penetrated the stone vigil's defenses. Or to this very day, I remember the cheer that rang out when we heard you I remember the cheer that rang out when we heard you laid Eisgenbind low. Your presence here is tonic, pure tonic for the troops. Too long have the damned dragons desecrated our keep. Already willing, the stone vigil shall return to Ishgard before this day is out. And we've got that. Alright, we will hide that because we're not doing it right now. Oops, not that one. We want to hide that one. To Renosha, let's go talk to Commodore Rainer. Man, what am I doing? I do not know. To the Marauders Guild. Good morning to you, Zelda. How timely. There is something I would ask of you. Ah, but where are my manners? Is there aught you require? Here, Blowsing's behest, you say? Ha! That he should send you, of all people, is a stroke of good fortune indeed. Permit me to apprise you of the situation. You will doubtless recall driving the Serpent Reavers out of Sestasha. Well, despite our best efforts to keep the place secure, I regret to inform you that it has been occupied by pirates. Pirates, I say, though eyewitnesses claim that they see more akin to fiends from the briny depths. To be frank, we are not wholly certain what it is we're dealing with. I dispatched a party of adventurers to identify and eliminate the threat, but it would seem their courage failed them. But they were not you, my friend. You will fare better against whatever awaits within Sestasha. Of that I have no doubt. If you would be willing to assist us, pray report to Persia, who stands guard by the entrance to the caverns. To the airports. Ah, it's you. I take it you mean to help us again. Wonderful. You see those adventurers yonder? We sent them in first, but it soon became clear that they were unequal to the task. By my count, they lasted just under a minute inside before staggering back out, sucking for air like fish out of water. As such, we're no closer to ascertaining the nature of the threat, let alone eliminating it. So we got maintenance coming up in 11, so in 2 hours. So we need to wrap this up. You'll be going in blind, I know, but you purchased Sasha before, and I'm certain that you can repeat the feat. And whenever you're ready, I look forward to hearing of your success. Sasha Hard is unlocked. The cure spell never came. If I hadn't that potion on me, I'd be crab dung by now. You better not be blaming me for that fiasco. In case you missed it, fearless leader, I was busy dodging razor-sharp pincers at the time. Someone couldn't hold a monster's attention, like you were supposed to. So, the tank is blaming the healer for not healing. Healer is blaming the tank for not keeping aggro. We comprehensively failed in our duties, but we came out alive. And at the end of the day, isn't that all that matters? Still, I must admit our leader came pretty close to losing his head in there. Like a there? Why, you both sorry excuses for adventures. As I'm hardly a paragon among archers myself, being partial to the odd drink. What does it matter? We're here to have fun, so let's have some, eh? Oh my gosh. Okay. So, let's go ahead and hide that. Wrath of Karn. Back at our beloved Ulda. Miners Guild. That's good. Sasaruka. Hey, aren't you that miner who was embroiled in the Deep Canyon scandal? Not that it has any bearing on the situation, mind you. So long as you do what we ask, you'll serve just fine. Now then, the situation's like this. No, this isn't right. I'll be damned if you put our sister's fate in a stranger's hands. I'm going myself. A brilliant plan, brother. Go blundering into the sunken temple of Karn. The place is a death trap. What guarantees do we have that this adventurer can beat those traps? None of that's what. But you know better than any of what these muscles are capable of. Well, I went into the sunken temple of Karn already. What the hell do you mean you've beaten those traps already? Wait, you're the reason Neneko's in this trouble? I'm gonna end you, I swear it. Calm yourself, brother. This adventurer is not to blame for what happened. Besides, she's perfect for the task. Let's start again, shall we? I'm Sasaruka, and this is my twin brother, Popokuli. And as you may have gathered, we need you to mount a rescue mission to the sunken temple of Karn. After you defeated the temple's snares and traps, the place was officially open for research. The concerned partnered with the Order of Nalthal to fund an expedition. Oh, looks like we got an ad. And the research team was led by none other than Neneko, our little sister. She's the one who wrote the book on the ruins of Sildi. The research and all other research on the place. And we'll go ahead and pause while the ad plays. And we are back. Nobody except her was going to figure out that Zelda and Uldar are both descended from the Beledian civilization. Second Temple of Karn is a native rock. No way in seven hells was she going to not lead that expedition. But who comes bumbling in? A band of relic raiders, that's who. The greedy Horson set off a trap, and now our little sister's stuck in the stinking place. Poxy bastards, putting the Neko in danger. If they aren't tom-bearing mints already, you can be sure that I'll end them myself. And that's the situation as it stands. Talk to Bibimu at the entrance to the temple, and she'll let you in. You go and get Naneko out of there in one piece, you hear? Okay, boys. We'll do that. Belonged to the stately ruin that was, and is, the sunken Temple of Karn. What a relief to actually send someone who's been here and knows the drill. Twins, they can be a little overbearing. They'll need some of that imperiousness soon enough, though, when it falls on them to run the concern. In case you didn't know, those two are the chairman's progeny. Them and Miss Naneko. You'll find it much changed with them thanks to those foul robbers. Take care, but not so much that you cannot make haste. And we got that one unlocked. So we'll go ahead and hide that one. Alright, to Camp Bronze Lake. Blundering treasure hunter and steadfast companion. I say, you're here for us. You'll want to speak with my partner. Blows instinct you our way, you say? I'll be thrice damned it's you. I, the heroic lady that lopped off the Tomberry King's head. Do you remember us? We was a pair around at the entrance at the Wondrous Palace you saw right before you bleeding Tomberry stabbed us. There wasn't we stabbed, love? Indeed we were. 'Twas most unpleasant. Now, adventurer, you are here to do something we would prefer not to do ourselves. Venture to the Wondrous Palace again. Best we start at the beginning, eh? Like I was saying, we was hacking away at little Tomberries when the big one struck up behind us. And we tried to fight it off, but it got the best of us. Never been in worse shape, just lying there bleeding. Else I thought we weren't long for the realm. But just as I was thinking of me last words, lo and behold, the Tomberries we seen having out was started treating us and nursed us right back to health, they did. That's when we learned the truth about Tomberries. See, there was only menacing folk because of the curse that you lifted when you slew the Tomberry King. The lot are calm and twice as kindly again. It was a right pleasure having them take care of us for a fair spell. It's a pity those people's days didn't last. A band of mummels will call themselves the Silver Scales came storming into the place. They say they're mercenaries, but they're nothing but the scum of the bleeding realm. The howling, the blood, and so many dead, as if it weren't enough, the surviving Tomberries were locked away deep in the ruins. What the name of the 12 did they deserve such a fate, I ask you? We had grown rather fond of the Tomberries while living amongst them. They have good hearts, no matter how odd their appearance. None of that should matter anyway. This fellow is Hiren, and I'm the Kote. Are we a lesser couple for our difference? I should think not. I say, you do look like the learned type. Perhaps you made the acquaintance of one called Surito Curato? Uh-huh. As I thought. I thought as much. Has he told you the Tomberry's great secret, that they once looked the same as you or I? It is not the greatest tragedy you've ever heard. So to be spurned and locked away in some horrid jail, and by one's own people, no less. My dearest, I know their pain all too well. We've had to leave our birthplace. Why, you ask? Simply because we're different. But we'll not sit idly by and let the Tomberries be subjected to such terrible treatment. Well said, love. But much as we'd like to give the Silver Scales the boot ourselves, we can't stand up to a cartload of mumblejaw. So please, say you'll do it at our place. The Wondrous Palace is the only home the Tomberries have got. Now I have to speak with Abazai Karzai and get a ride in the boat across the lake. What's it now? Bon voyage? Bon voyage. I think he's a little mixed up. Anyway. Let's go unlock Wondrous Palace hard. Come on, that treasure hunter's errands, have you? Well, I'll take it across the lake, but be warned, the palace you're making for is held by the Silver Scales. And their leader's the most fearsome of the lot. Now, the Tomberries aren't friends of mine, but even I think the way won't have them in prison is wrong. Capture and turn them into thralls. Go and give those sellswords hell. And Wondrous Palace hard. We will go ahead and hide that. In the hall. Back to Nimsa. The App Castle. I'm the last one online, huh? Yeah, that's alright. Will not be too much longer, I don't think. Start Dunstan. You're Zelda Ime, are you? The chief will be pleased that you came. No time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to business. During your travels, you might be heard of old Mistbeard. Tell of old Mistbeard, the legendary pirate. Hells, I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard of the bloke. Ain't a soul in Limsays don't know of his exploits. Nary a ship on the five seas was safe from Mistbeard's grasp, not even the golden fleet of Uldar. But one day, at the height of his notoriety, the man vanished without a trace while sailing the Ratana. Since then, rumors have spread that Mistbeard's left behind a treasure trove of plunder. But believe it's somewhere out there, just waiting to be plucked like a ripe fruit. Your task pertains to that treasure. I'll take it from here, Dunstan. Chief. Anzar, look at our boy Anzar. Greetings, my friend. It's been a while since you sent Leviathan to the bottom of the Indigo Deep. Before I begin, let me make it clear that I do not request your aid in my capacity as Storm Marshal. Nay, the matter is purely private. With that detail established, I shall continue Denston's tale. With time, folk had lost interest in Miss Beard's cache, such as its elusiveness. But recent developments have treasure hunters across the realm stirring anew. South of Vilbrin, upon the Rotana Sea, there lies the Cyclades. Along the fringes of these remote islands, there is an expanse of water into which few ships dare venture. Nature is conspired to perpetually shroud the area in heavy mist. A man can hardly see his own hand in front of him. Be it by accident or intent, countless vessels have entered the mist, that mist never to be seen again. Over the years, some few survivors have washed ashore with tales of an island hidden within, which appeared without warning to smash their ships into floats, and so it was the legend of Hullbreaker Isle was born. In the wake of the calamity, however, it came to be that the mist would lift under certain conditions, and as luck would have it, one such day, a merchantman mistakenly sailed straight into the area. The ship eventually came upon a deserted isle where it made an astonishing discovery. The Har, Miss Beard's own flagship, lying broken within a cove. Though he yearned to explore the wreck, the captain wisely chose to return to familiar waters before the mist could regather. Upon returning to Limsa, he forbade his crew from revealing the discovery to a single soul. The word inevitably spread, as is often the way of such things. Even as we speak, treasure hunters are scrambling to find a way into the legendary Hullbreaker Isle, where they might claim Miss Beard's cache. I would have you get there before they do, Zelda, and retrieve a single object from the Har. A golden coffer bearing Miss Beard's crest. The chief would do the job himself, but his being Storm Marshal is like to attract unwanted attention. That's why he wants you to go in his stead. So long as you bring back what he asked for, you're welcome to keep whatever else you find. Though I make my request off the record, I must impress upon you that the matter is of grave import to our nation's future. I shall be praying for your success. No doubt you're wondering how to get to the Isle. I've got a ship moored in the Morby dry docks. Meet me there when your preparations are in order, and I'll ferry you over. Morby dry docks, you say? So many triple triad cards. We must collect them all, chat. Everything in order? Then let's get over to Hullbreaker Isle before there's a swarm of scavengers. I'll get us there in one piece, never you fear. I've been keeping an eye on the weather and know exactly when the mist will clear up. When you arrive, make your way to the wreck of the Har. Miss Beard's coffer is bound to be somewhere inside. As for how you're supposed to get back afterwards, I'm sure you'll figure something out. The resourceful adventurer that you are. I'll be waiting for you in Linsa. And Hullbreaker Isle is now unlocked. And our last one for the A Realm Reborn optional dungeons that we have unlocked is over here. Yes, I'm Edison. One ever listening to the Shroud. Pray tell, have you sought me out? You come at Lorian's urging? Good heavens, the elemental smile upon me. Sending one of the brave souls who smoked the cultists within Amdapor Keep. Well met, my friend. I am here at Aru Senna's behest to investigate the keep. You are here because of my findings. Terrible things fester within those ruins, and someone must destroy them. Yes, even though the Lambs of Dalaman and their dealings with Void Scent plague us no longer, the fell presence hanging over the place grows stronger by the day. Wood Whalers ventured into the keep to find the cause. The reports are chilling. Someone has completed the cultist rituals and summoned the most ghastly of Void Scent. Over them reigns a leader, peerless in might and malice. You must fell this Void Scent, Lord, and so dispel the foulness hanging over the ruins. Maxine guards the gates of Amdapor Keep. I shall alert her to your coming. Now go, my friend, and may the elementals guide you to victory. Okay. And let's go unlock this so we can access it. And I think, aside from making a glamour to get 60,000 MGP, this will be the end of tonight's stream, seeing as the servers will be going down at 11 my time. What brings you back to this tainted place, adventurer? Ah, so you are the one who has answered Brother Addison's call to enter the ruins. I warn you, though, the keep has never been more perilous. The evil that dwells within has warped the forest life, turning woodland animals into brutish beasts. The place is feral. Our only hope is to slay the voice and in the heart of the castle. If you do not, well, I pray the elementals guide your way to the keep, adventurer, and your victory means peace to the forest. And we have Amdapor Keep hard. Alright. That is all of the unlocks we are going to do for tonight. We still have Manderville to do. We've got all these dungeons to do. We've got the extreme trials. We have let's see. We have Manderville Gold Saucer. All of the optional dungeons. Crystal Tower. And Rogue. You have to do Rogue and Ninja. And the rest of Coils and MSQ. And then we can move on to Heaven's Word. But we still got a long way to go. But we'll try to do as much as we can per stream by batching things up. So hopefully that will make it easier. I think the next thing we're going to do tomorrow is progress story a bit. So we'll do the next bit of story up to 2.3. Yeah, we'll do the 2.3 story tomorrow, and that should make for a pretty good stream tomorrow. But let's go back to Ul'dah and make this NAS. Make a glamour with what we have to get our easy 80. Alright. So let's see. We need take a look at our fashion reports. So I think we have the rose pink dye already. No, that was coral pink. Alright, so we're gonna need to go to the marker board and get some dyes real quick. So we'll need 2 pots of rose pink and a pot of soot black. So the soot black we have to get on the marker board. Soot black. And we're not going to go ahead, we're not going to buy 99 pots. We'll just buy 5. That's good enough. And then we'll run over here and get 2 pots of the rose pink. Pots. And then we need some cotton half gloves, which I do believe that is, Fieldcraft. And I believe that is here. Him. And then there's our cotton half gloves. Grape purple. We'll make it work. Alright. So we've got everything we need. We've got all our dyes, all of our leather stiffs. So let's see what we can make with what we got. Don't have a lot of glamour right now, but let's see what we can make. Alright, let's look at our dresser. And let us edit one of our plates. So we need a headpiece. That's install. Okay, so headpiece. And we need to dye that rose pink. So we'll make the glasses. We need a body piece. Okay. Pointless. How do we feel about this? Maybe. What do we get for the legs? Okay, we can do that. Black. And then we need to save this. We need to put in our, whoop, we need to get some prisms. We need to go, yeah, I guess we gotta go do this in the inn room so we have access to our retainer, where our prisms are. We can also put in all of our gear that we got from the event in our armoire as well. Let's look at our gear, dude. Okay, let's get all of our stuff here. That and 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 that. Maybe we can put that in there. Hold on a minute. So just I think we can keep that. Put a lot of these. I think a lot of these can put in the armor. But let's go ahead and make sure we have our prisms. If I can actually find them. There's our prisms. Okay. What can we put in the armoire? We can store those, those, and those. And we will definitely want to put in all of our Emperor stuff. Definitely want to put in our cotton half gloves because those are what we need for the first. Those in and that in. Alright. I think we have everything. So let's go ahead and finish our glamour plates. So for the legs. So for the hands, we need the cotton half gloves. And for the feet. Those look like, well, let's open the armor. Okay, the maritime sandals. Nah, let's go with the maritime sandals. There, that should do us. We've got the rimless glasses with the colored rose pink. The Lionheart jackets, also in rose pink. Cotton half gloves, doesn't matter what they're dyed. Any double leg piece in black, and doesn't matter about that. All of these other things we do not need to worry about. So we will just go ahead and do those. And do the Meteor Survivor ring on that one, and Needle Gun ring on the other. And we'll save it, and apply. Alright, and we don't need to see our shield and sword on this one. So let's go ahead and hide it. We're not going to save it as a gear set because we do not care. And to the gold saucer. Go ahead and get our MGP, and then that'll be it for tonight. We'll go ahead and run the ad now, that way we get it out of the way, and just go ahead and sneeze it. Use our sneeze, we got plenty of them. Just won't take that long. Present ourselves for judging. Greetings, bestower of fine fashion. Are you come to present yourself for judging? Or do you wish to know the correct thing? So, this is how this works. So, you can confirm this week's fashion challenge. And it's heavily subject to Balag. And you see the things that we have to work with. Elegant attack, hand and glove, for the heavens, fashionably late Allegan. This is so we'd have to make these exactly to get 100. We're not going to worry about that because we can't go get late Allegan pieces right now. So we will proceed. Without further ado, let the judging begin. Take your place, my friend, and strike a pose. It appears there are some adventurers who are as exacting on their retainers' fashion as they are on their own. I, for one, can appreciate the sentiment. I have made my decision. Brace yourself. And we have our 80. Now, if we were able to get the easy 100 this week, we would have gotten the title, but we do not have access to the pieces that are required for it, so unfortunately, that is out of reach for this week. You have done well. All the parts come together as a harmonious whole. If I were to offer a piece of advice, however, you might consider adding an accent, a little something to punctuate the look and draw the eye. Here is your prize for participating, along with a little something extra, putting a smile on my face. Also, the 100 is only required to get the title. Whether you get 100 or a score of 100 or a score of 80, the MGP prize is still the same, 60,000. And we got what happens in the saucer. So you're satisfied with your showing? If you feel you can do better, I encourage you to play again. What happens in the saucer 2? You look marvelous one! Lots of achievements. So, you get, that's the other thing. You hit 3 attempts per week. So, if we were able to say, get to Heaven's Word and we rushed through and got all our stuff, well, we could redo it, but that is impractical. Also, we'd have to go get some late Allegan pieces, and that requires doing more of coils, which we'll do. We'll do for the story. We will unsync it, but let's go home and we shall call this stream concluded. Looks like I need to take care of the garden, but I'll do that off stream. Anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Have a great Memorial Day, or not Memorial Day, Labor Day. Until tomorrow, I will say have a good night. Thank you for watching, and bye-bye.